Hello, everyone, and welcome to COTE Youth Knockoff Debate Competition 2021. I am Roxanne Brizan Martin, coordinator of the COTE Youth Events. The COTE Youth Events forms part of the pre-conference on the economy activities, which is the annual landmark event of the Department of Economics. The theme for this year's youth activities is Accelerating Caribbean Development, a youth-centric development approach. The debate competition has been an integral part of the COTE Youth events since its inception. Through the debate competitions, the students are able to explore the power of speech in education, develop their research and critical thinking skills. They are able to flex their analytical muscles, and as one author said, the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. I know the students have had long days and nights preparing for this event, and we want to thank you and congratulate you on your commitment to self-development outside of a conventional setting. We wish you all the best today, and we want to thank all of you in the audience for being here to support the students. At this point, I will introduce the adjudicators for this debate competition. Our chief adjudicator today will be Ms. Chantal LaRoche. Chantal boasts a successful career as an attorney at law, educator, and entrepreneur. She's a graduate of the Bishop Ainsley High School, University of London, Hugh Wooden Law School, and Anglia Ruskin University. Her remarkable leadership skills and academic excellence at tertiary levels have led to her current role as the Senior Legal Officer at the Office of Parliament, where she provides advice to parliamentarians to support them in the performance of their duties. An experienced lecturer and tutor, Chantal was a law lecturer for 5 years and now has her own tutoring service, eLaw Tutor. She has also served as a facilitator and trainer for the National Youth Parliament, Regional Youth Parliament, and the first ever all young women in leadership parliamentary sitting. Chantal is avidly involved in charitable work, and at present, she's a board member for 2 local nonprofit organizations, the Student and Professional Organization of Trinidad and Tobago and COTA Trinidad and Tobago. She's also the founder of the brand THE-CLR Code, with a vision to inspire, develop, and empower young people in the areas of leadership, law, and lifestyle. She loves to travel, is a fitness enthusiast, and her mission is to inspire young women to be bold, brave, and brilliant. Welcome, Chantal. Our next judge is no stranger to COTE events and has served as a judge for this competition since its inception. Mr. Wilfred Gregory Wallace obtained an upper second class honors degree from the Faculty of Arts and General Studies at the UWI St. Augustine campus in 1973. In today's structure, it will be deemed a double major in mathematics and economics from the Faculty of Social Sciences. In 1984, in the absence of a master's degree in management in the Faculty of Social Science, he completed a diploma in management studies at UWI St. Augustine. He spent 16 years as a manager in the financial services sector, ending in 1994 as a senior manager. During those 16 years, he had the privilege of being an integral part of strategic planning teams and teams promoting organizational change. He's very analytical and competent in quantitative skills, excellent writing skills, and presentation skills. From 2002, he began working at UWI as a tutor in the distance education program, now called Open Campus, for the course Econ 16A. In 2005, he transferred to the Department of Economics as tutor in the courses Maths for Economics and Introduction to Statistics, then a part-time lecturer, and then as a full-time instructor. He is currently working with the Department of Economics as a part-time lecturer. Welcome, Mr. Wallace. Our third and final judge, also no stranger to judging this event, Dr. Jeremiah Ethan. Dr. Ethan is an associate professor in economics and the former chair of the Department of Accounting, Finance, and Economics in the University of the Southern Caribbean. He holds master's degrees in management, economics, sociology, and a PhD in international economic diplomacy from University of Pune in Maharashtra, India. He has lectured in tertiary institutions in a number of countries, including India and Nigeria, and has strong interest in agriculture. He is also a trained Asian carp breeder, and he has presented papers in various fora and is also a published author. Welcome, Dr. Eaton. The timekeeper for this event is Mr. Esselon Dumont, who serves as an executive member of the Economic Society of the University of the West Indies and the Association of Debating and Public Speaking. He is no stranger to the COTE Youth events, having participated in both the armchair discussions and debate competition. He currently serves as a member of the COTE Youth Planning Committee. Welcome, Mr. Dumont. Today we will have two moderators, one for the secondary debates and one for the tertiary debates. I will introduce the moderator of the secondary debates, Ms. Madeline Cipriani. Madeline Cipriani is an undergraduate of the University of the West Indies. Having previously developed the passion and knowledge working economy, she pursues a bachelor's in economics with a minor in marketing. Apart from her academic journey, Madeline became one of the founders and executive of the Association of Debating and Public Speaking, where she can speak freely and hear perspectives that broaden her mind for the future. Madeline's position as official events officer makes her more comfortable, expands her knowledge in current events, and makes new connections with different people around the Caribbean. It also puts her planning and coordinating skills to the test. Her hobbies include running, painting, and writing songs. These hobbies let Madeline express herself and how she truly feels. Always with a smile, she uplifts her surroundings. Her favorite quote is by Bill Gates: "I am not in competition with anyone but myself." Recent events have been a challenge to her, but when she's uncomfortable, she sees it as a chance to grow. I will now hand you over to Madeline. Welcome, Madeline, and enjoy the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roxanne, for that warm welcoming and that warm introduction. In the secondary school category, we will have the debate one, which is Northgate College versus Queen's Royal College. I will introduce each debater in each school, following with the format of the debate and the timings of each as well. Starting with the secondary school that is for the motion, Northgate College. First, we have Zaya Lamont Harper. Zaya is a sixth form student who has been debating since Form 3. She is currently studying chemistry, biology, and environmental science in hopes of pursuing a career in pharmacology that's dedicated to viral diseases. She is passionate about dance, sporting, and outdoor activities. Then we'll have Ciara Rodden. Ciara is a Form 5 student who has been debating for most of her secondary school career. She is currently studying the sciences, but is greatly interested in history and languages, especially the origin of Asian languages. Lastly, we will have Reagan Wilson. Reagan is an upper sixth student who has been debating since Form 3. She is currently studying business and finance and hopes to pursue a career in business analytics and economics. Reagan enjoys reading and writing poetry in her spare time and hopes to write a book about her exciting life in the future. Now I will introduce the secondary school who will be going against the motion this afternoon, Queen's Royal College. Firstly, we'll have Johanse Marshall Aberdeen. Johanse is an upper sixth student at Queen's Royal College pursuing business, economics, and history. He has a keen interest in debating as evidenced by his involvement in the QRC Debate Club. He aspires to pursue a career as an attorney. Stephenson Sinnett. Stephenson is a former student of the St. James Secondary, now pursuing his A-level studies in business at Queen's Royal College. Stephenson aspires to be a politician and has been working towards this career since the age of 15. He enjoys participating in conversations on youth development and social program to alleviate societal problems. Stephenson is currently involved in 2 NGOs, the Youth Government of Trinidad and Tobago and the Youth Ambassadors of Trinidad and Tobago. Brandon Butcher. Brandon is an upper sixth form business student at the Queen's Royal College. He is the youth officer of an environmental awareness group, We Go Green. He is a budding professional swimmer and enjoys solving puzzles during his spare time. Brandon is working towards a career as an attorney. That's all the introductions for our first debate this afternoon. Now I'll introduce the motion. Be it resolved that indigenous technology is most important for the sustainable development of Caribbean SIDS. Now that everyone is aware of the motion for this first debate, I'll explain how this debate will be formatted. Exactly in this order, we will have the first proposition speaker that has 8 minutes to present, followed by 2 minutes for the points of information after the speaker's presentation has fully ended. Then, once the 2 minutes are up, I will allow the first opposition speaker to present, who also has 8 minutes as well. After which is followed by points of information lasting 2 minutes. Then I will open the floor to the second proposition speaker, who has exactly 6 minutes to present on the motion. This is followed by points of information after the speaker has presented that is only 2 minutes long. When that 2 minutes are up, I will open the floor to the second opposition speaker, who has 6 minutes to present, followed by points of information of 2 minutes. Then I will allow the opposition summary speaker to present, who has only 4 minutes. However, there will be no points of information after the speaker has presented. Similarly, I will give the floor to the proposition summary speaker, who also only has 4 minutes to present, and no points of information are after this. Now for a demonstration of the timing throughout the debate. First proposition and first opposition. Remember, you are each allocated 8 minutes. You will hear this bell after 1 minute. You will hear this bell when you have 1 minute left.
1 minute remaining.
After that signal, a countdown will start till you hear this notification.
Time's up.
That your time is up. For second proposition and second opposition presentations, you are each allocated 6 minutes. You will hear this bell after 1 minute. And you will hear this bell when you have 1 minute left.
1 minute remaining.
Then a countdown will start till you hear this notification.
Time's up.
That your time is up. For the opposition summary presentation and the proposition summary presentation, whom are each allocated 4 minutes. You will hear this bell after 1 minute. And you will hear this bell when you have 1 minute remaining.
1 minute remaining.
After that, a countdown will start till you hear this notification.
Time's up.
That your time is up. The format for the points of information shall also be outlined. Points of information will only be accepted for the first and second speakers, and only after they have presented. Debaters are to indicate to the moderator whether they have points of information, then the other side will choose whether they accept or reject these points of information. You will hear the time is up bell at the end of the time allocated for points of information. I will reiterate the motion to be debated.
Time's up.
Thank you. I will reiterate the motion to be debated for this debate this afternoon. Be it resolved that indigenous technology is most important for the sustainable development of Caribbean SIDS. Now the debate can begin. I will welcome the first proposition speaker. Remember, you have 8 minutes and your time starts now.
Good afternoon to the judges, audience, and my worthy opponents. Madam Chair, as a student, I am supported by my teachers, family, and friends to do the best I can. However, when I sat in my recent CXC exams, the thing I relied on the most was the culture of determination, sacrifice, responsibility, and grit that I fostered over the past 5 years. I will continue to develop that culture, as I know it will be the foundation of all I do in future exams, jobs, and life itself. The motion presented here is very much the same. It points out to us that indigenous technology is the most important element for the sustainable development of Caribbean small island developing states, SIDS. I will dissipate the misconceptions associated with indigenous technology's nature and show why it is the foundation of any sustainable development for Caribbean SIDS. Our rebuttal speaker will fortify this approach by highlighting specific approaches of Caribbean SIDS while juxtaposing our opponent's thoughts on the matter. To understand all the key terms presented, we will use resources from the Oxford University Press as the basis for our definitions. Its 400 years of globally validated, well-respected research provides a solid basis for the perspectives it provides. Additionally, its focus on the Caribbean through its Caribbean Studies Network, coupled with its Department of Economics, dovetails its relevance to this particular debate. The term most important, as used in the motion, is explained as the highest indicator of consequence, worth, or pivotal factor. It clearly signifies that indigenous technology is not the only component of sustainable development. It, however, means that it is the factor with the biggest pivot power among any others. Next, sustainable development balances the developmental needs of the present with those of future generations. Interestingly, UNESCO in its 2021 Education for Sustainable Development report portions the majority of any sustainable development approach as being founded on the innate and intangible elements of a society's culture. Keep that in mind. It's going to return in a few minutes. Caribbean SIDS, the subject of this debate, are nations that face unique social, economic, and environmental challenges due to their relatively small size, location, and natural vulnerabilities. Madam Chair, I left indigenous technology for last because it is a unique concept. Being unique, it is important that we excise and expunge any superficial ideas so that we can arrive at its real definition. According to the Birmingham City University peer-reviewed publication entitled Indigenous Culture Technology and its follow-up component, the University of Nebraska's Indigenous Technology Journal, indigenous technology is not limited to the production of tangible devices and tools, as it is virtually impossible to say that anything was unilaterally developed in any one place. Madam Chair, something sold by one nation may have been manufactured in a second nation using components crafted in a third location, which depended on ideas gathered by a fourth nation, ideas whose actual origin may be quite difficult to ascertain. This therefore affirms that indigenous technology stretches beyond the tools and tangible developments that are credited to a particular region. The reference publications point to an innate, resilient expression that exists as the engine or germination bed for continuous development, one that is able to withstand the pitfalls so commonly encountered in the development process of Caribbean SIDS. Remember, I promised earlier to peel back more of what indigenous technology is. The UN's globally validated report a few years ago entitled Culture, the Key to Sustainable Development, places culture at the heart of sustainable development policies. So what does culture have to do with indigenous technology? The UNESCO report identifies both as one and the same. But this is not just our perspective. Researchers at Rhodes University, a 120-year-old public institution in South Africa, in their book titled Technology and Culture, uncovered the inextricable link between these two concepts. Technology and culture are so intertwined that they are virtually one and the same. Culture points to the customs, motivations, and behavior of a particular group of people. Indigenous technology describes locally expressed techniques, applications, methods, and motivations, all of these comparable to characteristics of culture, which are used in the production or in the accomplishment of objectives. These researchers came to the realization that sustainable development scarcely depended on the abundance or the lack of natural resources or the number of challenges a nation faced. However, what it did depend on was indigenous culture. It is the locally expressed or indigenous motivations and methods to accomplish objectives or technology that allow for a nation to sustainably develop, lightening the burden that Caribbean SIDS naturally carry. This is the missing link to this debate, Madam Chair. Let's not forget that development is defined as a process of improvement. A process requires time, and for it to be sustainable, it also requires effective, locally expressed motivations that lead to that development, the very definition of indigenous technology. Our rebuttal speaker will add some more elements to our argument when she discusses examples of indigenous technology, better known as developmental cultural practices that make or break the sustainability in development that Caribbean SIDS aim to experience. She will support this with the sterling work done by our regional academic institutions. Be it resolved that indigenous technology is most important for the sustainable development of Caribbean SIDS. It's the most important element among a host of other very important elements because the locally expressed methods and motivations used in the accomplishment of development objectives is the proven foundation of any house of sustainable development of Caribbean SIDS. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zaya. I will now open the floor to points of information that are only 2 minutes. I see Brandon has a point of information.
Yes, I have a point of information.
Please hold. Zaya, do you accept or reject this point of information?
I accept.
Brandon, you can go ahead.
Yes, my question is, so are you basically saying that the indigenous technologies are solely based on culture alone? Are you discrediting then the fact of the technologies and the tools that they use in the past and certain methods of agriculture or farming? So are you basically saying that it is culture this motion is being debated on, is focused on alone?
With the opponent, it seems you have forgotten that the motion states indigenous, they're asking if indigenous technology is most important. I am not discrediting these things. I am simply saying that indigenous technology is the most important part to sustainable development of Caribbean SIDS. Tools and devices, how were they made? Do we know the origin? Indigenous technology, as I have defined, is the origin of things. And we cannot say that things have originated from one place, as I said in my speech.
Thank you, Zaya. Are there any? Johanse has a point of information.
I accept.
Good day, my worthy opponents. After listening to your presentation, I had a query in a sense. You said that indigenous technology has the most pivot power in the other factors for sustainable development. However, I didn't see you outline those other factors. You cleanly isolated it. Why is that?
My worthy opponents, I isolated it in my speech because I was simply defining the key terms in our presentation. However, my rebuttal speaker will talk about some of those other factors. As I have not fully discredited them, I've only indicated that indigenous technology is the most pivotal factor.
Okay.
I will close points of information right now, and I will go on to the first opposition speaker. First opposition speaker, you also have 8 minutes. You may begin.
Well, thank you everyone for coming. Thank you, the esteemed judges, Madam Chairperson, the audience, and my worthy opponents. To begin, as we all know the notion, they claim that indigenous technology is the most important when dealing with sustainable development for Caribbean small island development states. That is what SIDS defines. To give an understanding of this, first we must define what is indigenous technology. Indigenous technology, according to Misha Gumbo from the South Africa Technological Education Center, states that indigenous technology has to do with the culture, the method of process, as well as the knowledge of the people in the location specified. Continuing on, sustainable development when using UNESCO's definition has to do with the advancing of the basic needs for the citizens as well as the groundwork for future generations to come. This when going on to the UN's definition of the Caribbean small island states. When it comes to this, they state that it is small islands that are susceptible to climate disasters, vulnerable to economic bases, unlike other countries. And in all, we are small in size compared to the other countries. From laying this forward, it is clear to see that indigenous technology, as my opponent stated last, doesn't only encompass culture, it encompasses the methods of production, the culture, as well as the knowledge of the people. Excluding culture that they only seem to isolate, I will state to you the knowledge aspect. When utilizing sources such as regals.org, they state that the slash and burn method utilized by the Tainos and Kalinagos indigenous to the Caribbean region utilize this technique for farming. The Tainos and Kalinagos farming techniques had to do with feeding a family specifically, meaning that this technology was utilized to assist a family, not a group, everyone made for themselves. While in modern day times, we don't utilize that. Why? Because it is ineffective. It is completely unnecessary to feed a large population. According to Google.com, Trinidad and Tobago has approximately 1.4 million in population. When comparable that back then, it was around 1,000 or so for the Tainos and Kalinagos, as well as the slash and burn method when referring to regal.org states that it causes infertility within the soil, which is clearly inconsequential and inconceivable to believe that that will sustain our large population. It completely becomes ineffective. It is arguably overall that we should focus on innovation when calling for the sustainable development definition. As it states, sustainable development has to do with setting the groundwork for future generations. Innovation, as recorded to NE Business Info, allows for reduced costs which will be needed for exports throughout the world as we have reached a globalization age. It could allow for improved productivity as everyone needs work and job as needed for this day and age. And it could cause improved profitability, which as utilized by the UN, we would need for small island development states because we are considered developing. That's the point. We need to help our southern economy grow. Innovation arguably is much more important. And by definition, it will also encompass indigenous technology as it will utilize both the old and the new to make something better. Everyone knows this saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. So how can you expect to claim that indigenous technology is the most important factor when dealing with a new age? It is clear to see that we've also forgotten it also utilizes the knowledge and the technology back then. The technology back then is clearly subpar compared to what it is now, as utilizing from privacysecure.org, Canadian mechanization allowed for the greatest aspects for agriculture within their economy, greatly allows them to export to the US, and it allows them to thrive. It allows to manufacture a large amount of food for the whole population. Back then, it didn't have the same type of population, nor the same issues. Indigenous technology failed in this era, and it cannot sustain itself, as Canada has shown. That is why they had to move to mechanization in the first place. And it has allowed them to succeed as stated by privacysecure.org. One continuing, we must remember in the Caribbean, we are susceptible to climate disasters, hurricanes, and such as. Back then, as we all know, it didn't have the same amount of disasters as it does now, as the world is changing. From this, it is clearly inconceivable that indigenous technology can maintain this. It is not maintainable. It needs to be improved and worked on. Thus, that is why it requires a different way of thinking. As stated, innovation allows for this. And by definition, it could allow for multiple different instances where we could better ourselves. My opponent tries to continuously claim that culture allows for the tools and culture allows for things to come up. But no one is arguing that. That is not what the notion states. We are saying it's not the most important, not that it isn't important in general. It cannot assist for sustainable development on the whole. It is not a holistic sense. My opponent clearly is miseducated when it comes to it. And that is why my second speaker, Stevenson, will further this by tackling the political, social, and economic factors when it concerns this motion. I do thank you for listening. I do thank you for your ears as to hear these misconceptions that my opponent has brought forth.
Thank you, Johanse. Now I open the floor to points of information. Remember, this is 2 minutes. Zaya, you have a point of information. Johanse, do you accept or reject? Johanse? Johanse, are you here with us?
Yes, sorry about that, miss. I got disconnected.
No problem. Do you accept or reject this point of information?
I accept.
Zaya, you can go ahead.
My worthy opponent, multiple times during this debate, you made a fallacy, which is an appeal to novelty. You said that new things, you were indicating that new things are better when that's not necessarily the case.
Now, to comment on that, I never exactly stated that new things are better, but I said new things needed to be introduced to allow for these new issues, as contrasting with the old bringing in the new, as the old cannot facilitate every new instance that has been brought into in our modern day lives. I thank you.
Are there any more points of information?
Yes.
Is this Zaya?
Yes, I'm asking it.
Okay. So do you accept or reject, Johanse?
I accept.
Zaya, you can go ahead.
Okay. Many of the things you spoke about that you said were beneficial. You also stated that innovation is key. That was what I took to be your stance. However, innovation begins as a mindset, and I define sustainable development. I define, indigenous technology as motivations and methods to accomplish objectives. Motivations and methods have to be there in order for innovation to happen.
I'm so sorry, Zaya and Johannes. The time is up for points of information. So I will now invite a second proposition speaker to present. Remember, you have 6 minutes and you may start.
Good afternoon to everyone, all protocols observed. Before fortifying our argument, please allow me to debunk some misconceptions and unearth the logical fallacies that prevailed throughout my worthy opponent's speech. Firstly, I'd like to talk about his discussion of indigenous technology. My worthy opponent clearly mentioned culture used to advance, which supports our stance in the motion. And then he said that culture cannot include method, but the way people approach the method, the way that they build the method is part of their culture, it's part of their mindset. Also, when he used multiple websites, but failed to state what research has been conducted over the time frame, the diversity of the research, the range of the research, how many people were interviewed, where it was done, there was just not enough information, and he committed a clear appeal to anonymous authority. Secondly, throughout his speech, my worthy opponent mentioned innovation, innovation, innovation is what we need. Innovation is a mindset. It is a part of a culture that is cultivated in one's mind, in a society's mind, in a nation's mind. Thirdly, he stated, we all know you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Firstly, that's an appeal to belief. You believe that you cannot teach an old dog new tricks, as well as appeal to anonymous authority, as we don't know who originally said this. Fourthly, he said tech back then cannot compare to what we have now. That's an appeal to novelty. Just because something is new does not necessarily mean that it is equipped to handle the situations that we have now. And just because it's old doesn't mean that it cannot handle the situations we have now. And we never said anything about solely utilizing old technology. Never said anything about that. We said we will be utilizing indigenous technology. We will be utilizing people's drive, their motivation, the work effort that they put in. We never said anything about old technology. He also claimed that, as we all know, there were not as many disasters back then. That's an appeal to belief. What research has he provided to back up this claim? Nothing. And throughout his speech, my worthy opponent used a phrase that I've come to just love so dearly. We all know. Do we all know, my worthy opponent? Because I sure don't. You just recited all of this information without providing any evidence that it was true. Also, when he said my worthy opponents were miseducated, I appreciate you for saying such kind words about us and committing a poisoning the well fallacy. Now, Ms. Chair, our first speaker already outlined exactly what indigenous technology is, and it is wonderful to hear about it in theory. I could listen to it for days. But now I'd like to present to you an already existing example of when indigenous technology has helped Caribbean SIDS and its citizens prevail in our fight to sustainably develop. We don't have to look very far in our region for concrete examples. The Caribbean features many instances of indigenous technology or applied cultural practices, some of which have been appropriate and able to achieve sustained development, but also some of which have stymied its progress. Just a month ago, UWI's Cave Hill campus celebrated the first anniversary of its major investment into the Faculty of Culture. It's interesting to note that the keynote speaker, Barbados Prime Minister Maya Motley wholeheartedly certified that the very same indigenous technology, developmental cultural practices as the cornerstone of Caribbean resilience. When she identified that, only by understanding, evaluating, and facing the productive and unproductive parts of our culture can we claim an improved Caribbean destiny. Today, the university is able to boast that its graduates have made their mark throughout the Caribbean region, as well as globally in the public and private sectors, in church and state, in the arts, in industry, in commerce and education, in medicine and nursing, science and technology, in social work and community. UWI Professor Ralph Premdas, in his contribution entitled Identity, Ethnicity, and the Caribbean Homeland in an Era of Globalization, highlights that colonization and natural disasters have had an impact on Caribbean citizens.
1 minute remaining.
Those have not been able to erase the lasting productive impact that a stable Caribbean identity has created. Indigenous technology again surfaces to the top as the key to sustainable development.
It's like
now, our values and motivation have so much power to change the very fundamentals of a country. It changes what we work towards, how we work towards it. Everything is motivated by the engagement of a nation and its general population. Having materials and new technology and money can guarantee having just that. New materials, new technology, money, but it does not guarantee that the material will develop into something that can be sustained. Abundance does not guarantee growth. I'm sure it is amazing to be able to have support from other countries, to be able to have money coming in, but it does not mean that it will be applied properly. It is the people, their motivations, their thought process, their drive, their culture,
Time's up.
application, their indigenous technology that will ensure this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra. I now open the floor to any points of information. Remember, this is 2 minutes. Brandon has a point of information. Sierra, do you accept or reject?
I accept.
Brandon, you can proceed.
My worthy opponent, you and your colleagues are not understanding when we are saying that we do not, yes, we understand that indigenous technologies are foundation, but it is not the most important. You constantly use culture, a repetitious word I'm keeping over and over, culture, but indigenous technologies are not only made up of culture, but factors of production, knowledge, and technology of the indigenous folk back then. So please address us and tell us, what do you mean when you constantly keep reusing the word culture and trying to contrast it with our mindset when it is much more than culture, it is factors of production, it's how our economy will grow. I thank you.
My worthy opponent, I believe that is you that has a misconception. I feel as though you have completely overlooked the definition that was first given by my worthy opponent that was sourced from Oxford University Press. My worthy opponent, we keep saying culture because culture includes the methods that people use, their mindset, their thought process, and their motivations to do such things. And my worthy opponent, this entire time you've been talking about old technology, that was never included in any part of either our definitions of indigenous technology. Why are you introducing something new to the debate? Thirdly, my worthy opponent, I am addressing you, and we're just using culture because I'm afraid that I have a time limit and I cannot constantly say methods, mindset, innovation over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra. Any more points of information? Your hands. Okay.
Time's
Your
up.
hands, you can go.
Can go?
No, I'm so sorry. Time is up. I will now welcome the second opposition speaker. Remember that you have 6 minutes. But as a reminder, I want to remind everyone who's in the audience, please keep your mics muted, especially when you are now joining us. Thank you. Second opposition speaker, you can begin. 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for allowing me to contribute in this very interesting yet important debate. On a motion entitled, "Be it resolved that indigenous technology is the most important for the sustainable development of Caribbean small island developing states." I have listened here very attentively to both members on the proposition side, give their contributions, and one must say that they failed to analyze the social implications and the political implications and economic implications of that statement. So I will do that in my contribution. So the social implication of this statement would be that increased population size must equal to increase in capital, goods, and services. One thing that we must understand is that any government within the Caribbean small island developing states must be prudent in the way in which they utilize their resources. Good resources, great users of resource management could equal sustainability of that economy. And I want to introduce a factor which is very important, which is population development and population statistics. So global population, according to the United Nations at its states, the world population, and I quote, the world population is expected to increase by 2 billion persons in the next 30 years, from 7.7 billion currently to 9.7 billion in 2050, and can peak at nearly 11 billion around 2100. Now imagine a situation where you are trying to continuously use indigenous technology in order to provide food security and enough for your population, whilst your population is increasing. The members on the other side continuously down this idea that innovation is a mindset. However, innovation is very vital in the way in which that we continuously provide for any society. So now I will go on to food security. Food security, as we know in the Caribbean, as small island developing states in the Caribbean, we understand that the Caribbean has been the main exporters of various crops over for a long period of time. However, we must introduce the idea of change. And this was ideally identified in the premier contribution of the opposition speaker, that the world is changing. And that is a mindset that we must understand and must continue to take into consideration, because now we're looking at different factors with regards to globalization of trade, which provides an economic problem for the Caribbean small island developing states. If it is that we are not providing enough to export on the global market, how it is that can we continue to utilize indigenous technology? If it is, and as it states right now, if it is that we keep on import goods and import more and more goods, except then export those said goods, how it is, are we being sustainable in any way, shape, or form? So now this leads on to my second issue, which is the economic decisions that we make and the fiscal allocations with regards to the technological developments. Over the budgets 2017 to 2019, 3 fiscal budget allocations, they have literally outlined the situation in which that they want to modernize and continue investment in the agricultural sector. And I want to quote this as well, that from the Honorable Minister, Trade Minister Paula Gopi-Skun, in her budget contribution, that food imports are currently valued at 5.767 billion in 2019. And I want to bring an example into this, which is corn. In 2019, corn, the import value of corn was 15.6 million, as opposed to the export value, which is 163,000. Imagine that situation. We have the ability, we have the land, we have the resources in order to produce corn on a global market, yet we are nowhere close as the amount of imports that is coming into this country. Please, I need somebody to explain this to me, why it is we are continuously importing something that could easily be grown in the Caribbean, but yet we are not modernizing the sector enough, we are not using the modern technology enough. How it is can we rely consistently on indigenous technology? That is not sustainable. So now I want to quote something from Budget 2017, page 22, that they want to modernize in irrigation infrastructure. And in Budget 2018, and I quote, "We also need to encourage existing farmers to upgrade their skills and to educate themselves about the latest technology in farming so that they can approach this business in a structured manner for maximum efficiency." So there you have it within the economic structure and the economic sphere. So lastly, I want to touch on the political aspect of it, which is our Caribbean Community CARICOM objectives and their government responsibilities. So two aspects of CARICOM objectives that I want to state is the expansion of trade and economic relations with third states, and secondly, enhanced level of international competitiveness. That second point there. How it is, can we continuously use indigenous technology to increase our competitiveness?
1 minute remaining.
And the last thing I want to talk about as well is Goal 8 of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, which is to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. I want to introduce this point that the first proposition member would have stated, that indigenous technology is the biggest factor, pivotal, is the factor of pivotal, is the biggest pivotal power with regards to any economy. And I say, I want to strictly denounce that statement as it is that we are moving towards a modernized industry, that we are modernizing different techniques, modernizing different agricultures, modernizing different technologies. And with that being said, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephenson. I would like to introduce the points of information, and I see we already have one. Sierra? Stefan, can you accept or reject this
I
point of
accept
information?
the points of information.
Very well. Sierra, you can go ahead.
My worthy opponent, I'm seeing a sort of trend with you and your teammates in how, in the definition that you're using for indigenous technology, you're cherry picking with where you are trying to indicate that indigenous must mean old. Indigenous has nothing to do with age or history. It has to do with locality. It has to do with where it originated. Not when it originated, but where.
Honorable member, I must have to ask that question of whether or not you're paying attention. I never, ever in my contribution ever equated to a situation in which indigenous technology could mean all in any way, shape, or form. I simply need you to understand that in order for us to move forward and in order for us to be competitors in this market, we need to modernize this industry. Using indigenous in the process, we are not in any way, shape, or form being great competitors in this industry if we are continuously relying on indigenous technology. So therefore, we must use modern techniques. And that is the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephenson. Anyone else has a point of information?
Yes, I actually have another one.
Stephenson, do you accept or reject?
I accept.
My worthy opponent, at one point, you started asking the question, we have all of these resources, but why aren't we using them? Why aren't we using them? Well, my worthy opponent, let me tell you why. Because we don't have the mindsets, we have not put in place the methodologies, we have not trained as a society, our culture to be utilizing the resources to their fullest potential. You said, why? We have all of these things here, why don't we use them? Because we have not implemented the culture.
Time's up.
Can I respond?
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
no, I'm so sorry. The time is up.
Thank you very much.
Now I will welcome the opposition speaker, summary speaker. Remember that you have 4 minutes of allocated time. There will be no points of information after the speaker has presented. You may begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you imagine the first proposition speaker talks about foundation, utilizing an experience of her own. However, may I remind the proposition that we on the opposition are not discrediting indigenous technology as foundation. We are arguing that it is not the most important for sustainable development. So how can culture be your only point? Discussed when indigenous technology does not only encompass culture, but factors of production as well as knowledge. Now, the second speaker also asked for the name, the date, and the time of the research that my colleague presented. However, was very opinionated in her speech, utilizing little to no credible data whatsoever. So let me say, it is not alleged, but a fact that indigenous technology is not the most important tool used for sustainable development of Caribbean small island development states. My colleagues were able to well-resoundingly refute the several failed attempts by our worthy opponents to persuade you to an argument that had already been lost. The first opposition speaker was well able to clearly define the terms such as indigenous technologies, sustainable development, laying the foundation to form the structure as he introduced the point that indigenous technology does not, and I repeat, does not allow for true progress, especially when we as Caribbean small island development states are focusing on competing on the global market as we strive to achieve sustainable development. The first speaker also expressed the importance of modern technology and innovation, stating that it would be totally obsolete to utilize indigenous technological methods such as slash and burn, which, mind you, was only profitable to the indigenous folk until it had been proven to be damaging to the soil, which, if were to occur in this modern era, would be disastrous for our ever-growing population. Members of the audience, if it wasn't bad before, things got even worse for our opponents on the other side, as the second speaker was able to provide a wealth of credible sources as well as pertinent information on the motion being debated today. My colleague was able to highlight the social, political, and economic implication when addressing this motion. The issue of a growing population was raised, and it is to be noted that a 2 billion increase is expected in the next 30 years, with nearly an 11 billion increase around the year 2100. Who is it, members of the audience and my worthy opponents, can we rely on the indigenous technology with statistics such as this? Even with the issue of food security, we are currently importing more than we are exporting, as my colleague would have mentioned. And with regards to our political aspect, the second speaker was well able to highlight the CARICOM objectives as well as government responsibilities with points such as expansion of trade and the economic relations with third states, as well as the accelerated, coordinated, and sustained economic development and convergence. So again, I ask, how is it
1 minute
possible
remaining
to achieve sustainability utilizing the indigenous methods? Members of the audience, may I remind you that we are trying to compete on the global markets. My worthy opponent, how? How can you claim that indigenous technology is the most important contribution in achieving sustainable development? Members of the viewing audience, I urge you to think and ponder upon this question as I conclude this portion of my presentation. I thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Remember, there is no point of information after this. So I will move on to the proposition summary speaker. Remember that you have 4 minutes. May begin.
Good afternoon to the judges, audience, and my worthy opponents. All protocols observed. Madam Chair, we entered this debate to reveal 2 things. Firstly, through the Oxford University Press and its litany of resources, we revealed that indigenous technology stretched beyond tangible tools to really describe locally expressed methods and motivations used in the accomplishment of objectives. Secondly, we pointed everyone to the fact that the use of the phrase "most important" in the motion conveyed the concept that while indigenous technology is not the sole factor responsible for sustainable development, it is the factor with the highest pivot power. We also uncovered that sustainable development is critically supported by society's culture, a view UNESCO deemed as each region's indigenous technology. This, combined with the Birmingham City University's publication, which stated that indigenous technology goes beyond tangible developments, provided the basis for our stance in today's motion. We affirm that indigenous technology is indeed most important for the sustainable development of Caribbean cities. In order for sustainable development to take place, there must be appropriate underlying motivation and effective execution expressed in the society. Madam Chair, the indigenous culture. Research from both UNESCO and Rhodes University further endorsed our position, linking indigenous technology and culture to the point where they were declared as one and the same. Now, the perspective of our worthy opponents was built with marvelous walls and beautiful doors, but its foundation led to an unsustainable point of view. Their cherry-picked definition ignored the true concept of indigenous technology. We stated multiple times that indigenous technology refers to the culture of a nation, the mindset, the motivations, but also the methods. Our worthy opponents even agreed that culture is part of indigenous technology. However, they decided to bombard us with innovation after innovation. Yet, they failed to acknowledge the motivations and mindset that leads to this innovation. They spoke about the importance of resource management in Caribbean cities. But Madam Chair, resource management comes from the culture. The decision to be prudent comes from a certain culture, a certain mindset. Additionally, their argument was riddled with logical fallacies. These included a blatant appeal to novelty with their reference to new technology being better than old technology.
1 minute remaining.
We did not say that we are here to prove that old technology is better, as well as appeals to false authority, poisoning the well, appeal to belief with various quotes. Our second speaker provided examples showcasing the effects of indigenous technology on sustainable development. She brought to light the primary importance of indigenous technology to development as expressed by the Prime Minister of Barbados in relation to the investment in UWI's Faculty of Culture. This included Professor Ralph Premdas's research on how the negative effects of colonization and the penchant for foreign goods stymied sustainable development, while the productive effects of our resilience, talents, and Caribbean culture unity played a crucial role in its sustainable development. Madam Chair, it wasn't by chance that our first speaker used an analogy focused on the foundation of the house being most important for its sustainable development. The foundation is the crucial factor. The foundation of sustainable development for Caribbean small island development states is indigenous technology. And without it, that house will fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Regan. I will remind everyone to mute your mics as soon as you enter the Zoom, because it really disrupts the debaters as they're speaking. Thank you. Now I will thank all who have presented, and this will be the end of debate 1, which is Northgate College versus Queen's Royal College. While the judges have 10 minutes to deliberate, we have some ads from our sponsors.
Stop your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This country so colorful and truly diverse. We're doing our best to put TNT first. Youth success through advancement, we encourage. We proudly supporting the rich cultural heritage, promoting development in the sporting arena, and empowering women for equality of gender. We sustaining the environment and strengthening the society. First citizens helping paint a brighter TNT. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
Some of the most special things in life take time to come to fruition. And when they do, the rewards can enrich lives for generations to come. The wait is so worth it. Contact the UTC today and get growing.
In the blink of an eye, the world changed forever.
El gobierno dará a conocer en las próximas horas una serie de medidas sanitarias y económicas para seguir enfrentando la pandemia. Una reunión con el presidente y el jefe de gobierno.
A global crisis of unprecedented proportions, from which no country has escaped. In Latin America, we have faced many challenging times, some more difficult than others. But today, we all understand that solidarity is our biggest strength. 50 years ago, CAF was created with a mission. 5 Andean countries united to promote sustainable development and regional integration, thus improving quality of life and boosting productivity. Today, we are composed by 19 countries and account for over 600 million people. And despite the distance and the barriers that separate us, we must work more united than ever, because only together we will succeed. The world will not be the same, but now we have the opportunity to build an even better one, a more harmonious, cleaner, and efficient planet. And for the challenges that lie ahead, at CAF, we want to say 3 words. Here we are. To build together a region of opportunities, especially for the most vulnerable ones, with infrastructure that improves quality of life and increases connectivity. A region of vibrant cities, of entrepreneurs and businesses committed to their communities, of societies respectful with the natural world that we all share and must care for. At CAF, we have walked along a region for 50 years on its road to progress. Now more than ever, here we are, and here we will remain, firm in our commitment of being the development bank of Latin America.
Lord, I thank you for always loving me. I'm nowhere close to a perfect man, and it takes a supernatural love to even understand that beyond the walls, behind the mask and confident smile, was a broken man trying to grow up and make life worthwhile. I know there were times that you probably shouldn't, but I thank you for always loving me. And I know anyone else, they probably wouldn't, but I thank you for always loving me. Now I know there were days I look at myself, I felt like less of a person compared to everyone else. What about this flaw? Too big, too small? Can I exchange? Try to make up for what I felt short. I let sense slip away. When I look in the mirror, I don't like what I see. Oh, I just thank you for always loving me. And I know it gets bad, but you wait patiently. Oh, I just thank you for always loving me. Oh, I just thank you for always loving me. Father, I wanna thank you for always. You just keep loving me, loving me. Thank you for loving me, loving me. I don't know why you keep loving me, loving me. Oh Lord, I thank you for always loving me. Though I know I don't have everything that it takes, you keep loving me. And regardless of every mistake I make, and it probably don't matter what I do or say, oh, even with the pimples on my face, you keep. So you just keep loving me.
Stop your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This country so colorful and truly diverse. We doing we best to put TNT first. Youth success through advancement, we encourage. We proudly supporting we rich cultural heritage, promoting development in the sporting arena and empowering women for equality of gender. We sustaining the environment and strengthening the society. First citizens helping paint a brighter TNT. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
Some of the most special things in life take time to come to fruition. And when they do, the rewards can enrich lives for generations to come. The wait is so worth it. Contact the UTC today and get growing.
In the blink of an eye, the world changed forever.
El gobierno dará a conocer en las próximas horas una serie de medidas sanitarias y económicas para seguir enfrentando la pandemia.
Una reunión con el presidente, el jefe de gobierno
para enfrentar la situación.
A global crisis of unprecedented proportions, from which no country has escaped. In Latin America, we have faced many challenging times, some more difficult than others. But today, we all understand that solidarity is our biggest strength. "50 years ago, CAF was created with a mission. 5 Andean countries united to promote sustainable development and regional integration, thus improving quality of life and boosting productivity. Today, we are composed by 19 countries and account for over 600 million people. And despite the distance and the barriers that separate us, we must work more united than ever, because only together we will succeed. The world will not be the same, but now we have the opportunity to build an even better one, a more harmonious, cleaner, and efficient planet. And for the challenges that lie ahead, at CAF, we want to say 3 words. Here we are. To build together a region of opportunities, especially for the most vulnerable ones, with infrastructure that improves quality of life and increases connectivity. A region of vibrant cities, of entrepreneurs and businesses committed to their communities, of societies respectful with the natural world that we all share and must care for. At CAF, we have walked along a region for 50 years on its road to progress. Now more than ever, here we are. And here we will remain, firm in our commitment of being the development bank of Latin America.
And that was ads from our sponsors. So now we will have our second debate from the secondary school category. We're still in the secondary school category, but this is debate 2. So I will introduce each debater from each school and outline the format of the debate and timings. This debate is SWAHA Hindu School versus Presentation College, Chaguanas. Here are the introductions for the motion. The school that is for the motion is SWAHA Hindu College. First, we have Sarita Christopher. Sarita is a Form 5 student of the SWAHA Hindu College. Her hobbies are cooking and reading. Next, we have Brianna Barron. Brianna is a Form 5 student of SWAHA Hindu College. Her hobbies are dancing and reading. Lastly, we have Karishma Khan. Karishma is a student of SWAHA Hindu College whose goal is to become an accountant. Her favorite quote is, "There is always light at the end of the tunnel, and with a little hard work, we will come out victorious." She enjoys reading mystery novels and singing. Now I will introduce the secondary school that is against the motion, Presentations College, Chaguanas. Firstly, we have Akshay Ramlogan. He's an upper sixth student at the Presentation College, Chaguanas. He is a member of the school's debate team, having represented the school in the Junior Achievement Debate Competition, as well as the school's music program and Interact Club. Akshay aspires to pursue the field of chemical engineering at the tertiary level. Next, we have Gerald Edwards. Gerald Edwards is an ambitious student completing his last year at Presentation College, Chaguanas, who aspires to become an entrepreneur and corporate lawyer. He enjoys debates, football, and long-distance running. He is excited to take this opportunity by the reins, address the current issues of our economy, and hopefully share an insight on possible solutions. Lastly, we have Isa Mohammed. Isa is currently in Form 4 at Presentation College, Chaguanas. He has experience in the debate club as he has won the lower school inter-school debate competition in his first year at the school with no previous experience. He's also a part of the robotics club and was chosen to be part of the Lego League team for 2 consecutive years in a row. He aspires to become a civil engineer in the future. Now that I have introduced all the debaters for this afternoon, for our second debate, I will introduce the motion. Be it resolved that the creative economy is a panacea for economic diversification of Caribbean SIDs. Now that everyone is aware of the motion for this debate, I'll explain how this debate will be formatted. Exactly in this order, we will have the first proposition speaker that has 8 minutes to present, followed by 2 minutes for the points of information after the speaker's presentation has fully ended. Then, once the 2 minutes are up, I will allow the first opposition speaker to present, whom has 8 minutes as well, after which is followed by 2 points of information lasting 2 minutes. Then I'll open the floor to the second proposition speaker, who has exactly 6 minutes to present on the motion. This is followed by points of information after the speaker has presented that is only 2 minutes long. When that 2 minutes are up, I will open the floor to the second opposition speaker, who has 6 minutes to present, after which there will be points of information. I will then welcome the opposition summary speaker, who has only 4 minutes. However, there will be no points of information after the speaker has presented. Similarly, I will give the floor to the proposition summary speaker, who also has 4 minutes to present, and no points of information are after this. Now for a demonstration of the timing throughout the debate. First proposition and first opposition, remember you are each allocated 8 minutes. You'll hear this bell after 1 minute has passed. I believe he has some technical difficulties, but you will hear a bell after 1 minute has passed. Then you will hear a signal after when 1 minute is left. Then there will be a countdown until the final minute, where you will hear
1 minute remaining.
And then there will be And then there...
Time's up.
Thank you for that. For the second proposition and second opposition presentations, you are each allocated 6 minutes. You will hear this bell after 1 minute. This bell when 1 minute is left.
1 minute remaining.
Then a countdown starts to your final minutes when you hear
Time's up.
Then your time is up. For the opposition summary presentation and the proposition summary presentation, whom are each allocated 4 minutes, you will hear this bell after 1 minute has passed. You will hear this bell when 1 minute is left.
1 minute remaining.
A countdown will then start to the final minute when you hear
Time's up.
Then your time is up. The format for the points of information shall also be outlined. Points of information will only be accepted for the first and second speakers and only after they have presented. Debaters are to indicate to the moderator whether they have points of information. Then the other side will choose whether to accept or reject these points of information. You will hear the time is up bell at the end of time allocated for points of information.
Time's up.
I will reiterate the motion to be debated for the second debate this afternoon. The motion is, be it resolved that the creative economy is a panacea for economic diversification of Caribbean SIDS. I now welcome the first proposition speaker. Remember, you have 8 minutes and your time begins now.
On behalf of me and my teammates, I would like to say thank you for such a warm welcome. So, Sitaram, and a pleasant good day to the moderator, esteemed judges, teachers, members of the virtual audience, and our worthy opponents. My name is Sarita Christopher, joined by my teammates Brianna Barron and Karishma Khan. Be it resolved that the creative economy is a panacea for economic diversification of Caribbean states. We, the members of the SWAHA debate team, are in full agreement. Now, there is an old adage which says, don't put all your eggs in one basket. A common but wise saying. Imagine this with me for a moment. It is the year 2030. You turn on your television to be greeted by breaking news. No more oil and gas in TNT. Your heart already begins to race, as you know that means trouble and chaos ahead. Prices increase, taxes increase, unemployment increases. Citizens on the verge of civil unrest due to the uncertainties that lie ahead. Where will our revenue come from? Sad to say, this can be a reality for Trinidad and Tobago, according to senior economists Jatindra Karan and Inda Rupra. The Caribbean economies are monocrop economies, but they are dependent on one resource, such as Trinidad with oil and gas and St. Lucia bananas. Yes, putting all their eggs in one basket. However, the World Trade Organization presents a viable solution for Caribbean states: economic diversification. This helps to manage volatility and provide a more stable path for equitable growth and development. Successful diversification is all the more important now in the wake of slowing global growth in many Caribbean states, increasing the number and quality of jobs. Economic diversification can occur in response to strides in the creative economy. In order to adequately present it as a viable pathway for diversification, it is imperative that we first define the term creative economy. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development 2008 report, the creative economy or creative industry is defined as the interface between creativity, culture, economics, and technology, as expressed in the ability to create and circulate intellectual capital with the potential to generate income, jobs, and export earnings, while promoting social inclusion, cultural diversity, and human development. Today, we will provide concrete evidence to display the potential for economic diversification to emerge from the creative economy in Caribbean states, such as Jamaica, Guyana, and our very own Trinidad and Tobago. Simply put, we will be exploring how the creative economy can be a solution to shifting an economy away from a single income source towards multiple sources from a growing range of sectors and markets, encouraging positive economic growth and development. Though named creative economy, it is not limited to culture and arts as many may believe. The UNCTAD report further stated that this includes industries such as advertising, TV and radio, publishing, research and development, computer games, electronic publishing, and let's not forget software and technology. Yes, technology. Technology is seen as a driving force of economic diversification in the creative industry. Technology is our future. In the profound words of Jamaican Technology Minister Darrell Vaz, if we can harness the tremendous potential of technology, then our economies will dramatically improve. According to Anthony Guterres, Secretary General at the United Nations, frontier technologies already represents a $350 billion market, which could grow to $3.2 trillion by 2025. The US tech industry market is worth around $1.6 trillion and is expected to reach a $5 trillion market value by the end of 2021. Researchers estimate that the digital economy is worth 11.5 trillion globally, equivalent to 15.5% of global GDP, and has grown 2.5 times faster than global GDP over the past 15 years. This offers great opportunities for those ready to catch this technological wave. But how does this relate to Caribbean states? The importance of technology is being noticed within a Caribbean region, resulting in strides by CARICOM, which is undertaking several key digital initiatives between 2020 to 2022 to assist in the digital transformation of this region. This year, on World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, an initiative by the International Telecommunication Union, the focus was accelerating digital transformation in challenging times. The objective was to raise awareness of the possibilities that information and communication technologies can bring to an economy and its citizens by bridging the digital divide. It encouraged continued active engagement and participation in initiatives that will help to reduce the digital divide, which the COVID-19 pandemic brought to the forefront, particularly for developing countries and Caribbean states. Resultantly, the relevance of developments in the technological sector of the creative economy is once again placed in the forefront as an equitable remedy for the diversification of Caribbean states. One sector that can benefit greatly from the bridging of the digital divide is the culture and arts industry. Global market demand for culture content has risen steadily in the last decade. Culture and arts stimulate local economies through tourism and consumer purchases. In a study done by the National Governors Association, it was noted that $3.9 billion was infused into North Carolina's economy in 2006 through the wages and income of workers employed by creative industries and yearly growth of the culture sector in
1 minute remaining.
Increased by 17.6%. Imagine what would happen if the local governments invested in developing Caribbean states' culture and art industry. Where the Caribbean has comparative advantage as it is a home to a melting pot of cultures and creative individuals. Think about our carnivals, festivals, music icons, and literary works, incomparable. Our region is a force to be reckoned with in the generation of influential creative works. Now, we are not foolish to believe that this will all happen overnight, but the topic didn't ask whether the creative economy is a panacea for Caribbean countries immediately. In the words of Pamela Coke Hamilton, the Caribbean creative economy has potential for huge growth. There is an urgency to accelerate the effort to boost the resilience of such industries, especially in areas such as gaming, animation, and film production.
Thank you, Sarita. I will now open the floor to any points of information. Remember, this is 2 minutes, and you will have a notification that your time is up. Akshay, Sarita, do you accept or reject this point of information?
I accept.
Honorable Chair, the speaker went on to talk about video games, film, and the film industry, but where were their sources? Where were their evidence to show that we can actually invest and shift our resources to this and have the reassurance that it will pay off, especially when these markets are quite concentrated?
I'm sorry, I had a little technical problems. Could you repeat?
Yeah, sure. The speaker mentioned that they mentioned film and video game industry and software development, and that we should invest in this. But one, where are we getting these funds? Where are we getting these funds? And where do we have the reassurance with evidence, statistics, and facts to show that these will pay off for Caribbean SIDS to enter these highly competitive and concentrated markets?
Well, in the creative industry, about the question that you asked, in the creative industry, there are more than one jobs that you can get incomes from, right? They are doing well. I'm so sorry, just now.
Sarita, you having technical difficulties?
Just a little bit, I can't hear him properly.
Are you ready now? Your 2 minutes are ticking.
Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Time's up.
Okay. So I'm guessing your time is up, but I will provide. Hold on 1 second. I will have to move on. I am so sorry that you had technical difficulties. I will now give the floor to the first opposition speaker. Remember, you have 8 minutes as well. You may begin.
Wake up. Wake up. It's time to stop daydreaming. Ladies and gentlemen, the proposition has peddled the idealized fantasy of the creative economy being the solution to diversification. But to them, I say it's time to wake up. A very pleasant good afternoon, Honorable Chair, most accurate timekeeper, most distinguished judges, my most worthy yet misguided opponents, and to all members of the House. We, the opposition, are here today to ensure that you do not fall for the pie-in-the-sky idea that the creative economy is the panacea for economic diversification of Caribbean SIDS. I shall inform you of different diversification strategies that we can look into, as well as the risks and challenges associated with the creative economy as demonstrated within the region. My esteemed colleague Gerald shall then expand upon these risks and challenges, including those of brain drain and increasing opportunity costs, as well as the limitation on how far the creative industry can take us through this diversification trust and the idea of just gambling our scarce resources on this unproven sector. I accept the definitions of the proposition. However, I'd like to point out some major shortcomings. They are not grounded in reality. All I'm hearing from the proposition side is, if we can do this, if we can do this, if, and imagine. But is that happening, ladies and gentlemen? Is that a viable solution? I saw no evidence. I saw no evidence when it came to the film industry, nor the software and video game development. I shall expand upon this as I move further on in my speech. But firstly, let's look at diversification. Economist Harry Markowitz says that diversification is simply not putting all your eggs in one basket, which the proposition speaker also said. But they didn't tell you that diversification is not costless. Publications by the IMF in 2002 generally indicate that diversification requires resources being diverted away from sectors that already enjoy a comparative advantage. For a Pareto efficient economy operating at full potential, further product diversification necessarily means diverting resources from existing uses so that they can be employed in new sectors. But ladies and gentlemen, for small economies such as those in the Caribbean, this poses a serious problem. Most Caribbean economies are too small to support more than a few key industries. These sectors already exist and they are likely to enjoy comparative advantages such as tourism, agriculture, mineral resources, and our energy sector. So if government policy is to encourage diversification, but this ends up causing resources being diverted away from thriving sectors or sectors with comparative advantages, this may impede efficiency and would thus not classify as a panacea or a cure-all. In this context, we can look at diversification as either horizontal or vertical. Horizontal diversification, according to Panel 8R 2008, refers to diversification that closely relates to an industry's core business, but is outside of its current market and product line. This can be thought of as carving out new sectors of economic activity, which is what is required for the creative industries the proposition is pushing for. Vertical diversification, on the other hand, refers to diversification of a production process that takes place in multiple steps, but an industry deciding to perform one or more of these steps within its own facilities. That's et al. 2006. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody here knows that oil and gas is not forever. And we in Trinidad and Tobago rely heavily on oil revenue, as the proposition rightfully pointed out, just as most other Caribbean states rely heavily on tourism. But why is it that the option to diversify within these the energy sector using renewable sources such as wind and solar being completely neglected, pushed to the sidelines, put on the back burner in order to make way for a creative industry? We have not explored all the opportunities for diversification within sectors that already exist, already have a comparative advantage, and already have existing infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, the proposition also mentioned the film and video gaming industry, which rightfully makes up part of the creative economy according to their definition from the United Nations. But did they cherry pick and specifically neglect to leave out the Caribbean audiovisual sector? Listen to this. 2007 Bridgetown Film Festival in Barbados screened 10 feature films made within the region. Some of these had quite good reviews internationally, but very few were ever able to manage global market penetration. And why is this, you might ask? It's partially because of the inadequate distribution of marketing capabilities, but more so the concentrated nature of the global film industry, which quite frankly is tightly controlled and dominated by Hollywood interests. It is therefore not surprising that only a few character movies have ever been released internationally, and we are expected to dive headfirst and compete against the likes of Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, the creative economy, as stated by the proposition, includes video games and software development. All their statistics, but yet they never show that we have very little infrastructure and experience in this field, and we are meant to just hope for the best. If, imagine if we can do this. Just imagine, ladies and gentlemen, us with very little infrastructure and experience competing directly against the likes of corporate giants such as Sony, EA, Microsoft, Epic Games. Is this a viable solution grounded in reality? Is this really a panacea, or is this just a fantasy? Ladies and gentlemen, the proposition also mentioned Jamaica, which is regarded as a cultural hub within the region. According to UNESCO, 5.2% of the country's GDP comes from its cultural and creative industries. Yet, IMF statistics from Working Papers 2018-2019 show that 19.3% of Jamaicans live below the poverty line. Ladies and gentlemen, nearly 1 in 5 Jamaicans live in poverty. Yet we are expected to believe that the creative economy is meant to solve all of this. It's meant to be a panacea. It's meant to be the solution to fix all our problems. Furthermore, Jamaica's growth potential, even before the COVID-19 pandemic, was already expected to decline to 0.8% growth in 2020-2021. And now the IMF predicts that this will only worsen to in 2020-2021 to negative 5.3%, meaning that the economy is expected to shrink
1 minute remaining
with a creative economy. Ladies and gentlemen, even with a creative economy, there are still risks and challenges not unsimilar to traditional economic systems. So does this justify this major shift in focus? Does this justify this major reallocation and diverting of resources from sectors that already enjoy a comparative advantage? The proposition has neglected to consider the cost of this. Therefore, the cultural and creative industries that make up the creative orange economy cannot be referred to as a panacea. It cannot be referred to as the cure-all, a magic bullet, the solution to economic diversification of Caribbean SIDS. Members of the House, my attentive audience, one might even ask, is there even a panacea for economic diversification? Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akshay. I will now open the floor to points of information. Remember, this is 2 minutes.
Good day, I have a point of information.
Akshay, do you accept or reject?
I wholeheartedly accept.
You can go ahead.
My worthy opponent, you said that within the creative economy, people have little experience. Are you suggesting that there is unskilled labor within this?
That is by no means what I suggested. What I was suggesting is that we have little experience in these markets. I agree that the Caribbean has a rich culture and very much so, and we are very much so creative, but do we have the experience in this field? As I demonstrated with the Caribbean audiovisual sector, we lack marketing and distribution capabilities. That is what we lack, not that we lack creativity. So I thank the proposition for that moment to clear it up.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any points of information?
Yes, sorry, I have another point of interest. My worthy opponents also stated that we are neglecting the renewable resources. And yes, we stated, and he also stated that oil and gas is forever. My question to you is, do you think that the creative economy does not have any contribution to the sustainable development, to anything at all?
Ladies and gentlemen, what is this red herring we are saying? I specifically cited evidence, which we all know that oil and gas isn't forever, it isn't permanent. So why are we not diversifying our energy sector? What does this have to do with the creative economy? We are trying to show that there are other aspects, other opportunities for diversification that we desperately need. I thank you.
Thank you, Akshay. Now I will open the floor to the second proposition speaker to present. Remember, you have 6 minutes and you may begin.
Good day, everyone. One of the greatest benefits of economic diversification is the creation of new employment opportunities. The creative economy aids greatly in this agenda. It opens the job market for not only skilled laborers, but also for the persons who may not have a strong academic background to have large incomes. The report Orange Economy, as a driver of jobs for youth, examines the virtual role that cultural and creative sectors plays as economic generation and drivers of job creation. Many people of this generation are taught that traditional jobs, such as being a lawyer or being a doctor, is not as stable and will not gain as much revenue compared to creative jobs such as an artist or a musician. Few developing countries promote formal education opportunities for young people interested in pursuing creative careers. This ideology, however, limits individuals and discourages them from pursuing jobs that are in the creative sector. In order to curb this phenomenon, jobs that are in the creative sector require high quality and relevant education, and this should be implemented. This will help people with creative strengths in securing jobs in their fields of interest, example, music, fashion, art and design, etc., which plays into the attainment of one of the Sustainable Development Goals. The orange economy is a viable solution for sustainable development. As stated by the United Nations, sustainable development is meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the needs of the future generations. Sustainable development is about the big picture. Don't you agree? The creative economy contributes to the sustainable development by helping companies thrive, create new innovation technologies without harming the environment. The creative economy will help in sustainable development in Caribbean cities, as it encourages economic growth through alternative methods besides non-renewable resources such as oil and gas. Although the oil and gas industries have proven a beneficial and profitable revenue for a number of nations, inclusive of our own Trinidad and Tobago, a number of drawbacks are related to the independence of this means of gain in Trinidad and Tobago. Oil and gas revenues have steadily declined since 1970, yet the country's economy remains highly reliant on this sector. The global pandemic and the growing threat of climate change has caused a budget deficit of 2020 at 11% of the GDP. Hence, it is important for Trinidad and Tobago to reevaluate their means of generating revenue. This is where the creative economy can step in as a feasible solution. To summarize the words of Salma Atlanta, digitalizing our local museums, creating virtual tours, concerts, and finding new ways to produce and export our cultural artifacts are a few ways in which we can see growth in the creative industry, create fiscal stability, and escape the monocrop trap. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to go back to what my worthy opponent was saying, and he was stating that we have no proof that the film industry has gained revenue. However, that is false, because it has local films that has gained revenue. And he also stated in his speech that the creative economy is not a panacea, but a fantasy. Why is this so? Why does he think that this is a fantasy? When really and truly, right now, through technology and through advancements, we have economy is indeed a factor of economic diversification. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. I will now open the floor to points of information. Remember, this is 2 minutes, very limited, so please keep it brief. Akshay, you have a point of information. Brianna, do you accept or reject this point of information?
I accept.
You may proceed.
Honorable Chair, wouldn't the Speaker agree that this motion specifically relates to a panacea as a cure-all, as a magic bullet or a solution to all our problems? No one is here today to say that the creative economy isn't a solution. They even specifically said it was a factor, but they never mentioned that it was the best factor. It was the panacea. I thank you.
Creative economy is a solution because the creative economy it increases the number and quality of jobs. It's through advancement of technology, everything within the creative economy can be brought on. It creates recognition for the Caribbean as a whole, and it is therefore not a fantasy, as we say, because of the fact that the creative economy has been beneficial and is a feasible solution.
Okay, thank you, Brianna. Do you accept or reject Gerald's point of information?
Yes, I accept.
You may proceed.
Honorable Chair, the proposition stated by investing in the creative industry, opportunities would be provided for these recognized skilled laborers. However, they have not considered the issue of brain drain. Can we not only develop these talents, but retain them under contribution?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said? I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties.
No problem. Honorable Chair, the proposition stated by investing in the creative industry, opportunities will be provided for these recognized skilled laborers. However, they have not considered the issue of brain drain.
Time's up.
Develop these talents, but retain them under contributions.
I'm so sorry, the points of information are closed off, so we will proceed with the second opposition speaker. Remember that you have 6 minutes. You may proceed. I'm so sorry, Gerald, you are muted.
Sorry about that.
You can begin.
Pleasant good evening. All protocols observed. Warren Buffett once said that wide diversification is only required when investors do not understand what they're doing. And I'm afraid that the same could be said for a misguided proposition. And Honorable Chair, I'm sure you will agree with us by the end of this debate. First of all, I would like to thank my teammate Akshay for presenting a well-developed case, explaining that we'll be giving up a comparative advantage by gambling our scarce resources into a challenged creative industry. I will now expand on these points by presenting accurate statistics, regional examples, and expert opinion, thus proving the infeasibility of the far-fetched picture painted by the proposition. Thus, I will denounce the pie-in-the-sky motion and help my colleagues prove that the creative industry is not a panacea for economic diversification of Caribbean states. Furthermore, the creative industry is facing numerous challenges, starting with financing. According to the Review of the Economy 2021, our debt to GDP ratio is approaching a whopping 94%. So by already being a debt-ridden country, we have little to no opportunity to receive the necessary funding or foreign direct investment to launch such a pretentious venture. We already have so little resources that we need to efficiently allocate in order to ensure economic growth. Now, of course, I'm not saying that investing in the creative industry would be a complete waste of resources. No. I'm simply saying that the proposition has not considered the issue of brain drain. Now, not to mention the issue of skill shortages in the sector. they also haven't considered the issue of high opportunity cost. Now, however, I'm afraid that they dare to claim that the creative industry would be a panacea. Yes, a panacea for economic diversification. But you can't wish away the challenges of the creative industry with a magic wand. The fact that I could call out numerous challenges of the creative industry and they say that's a panacea shows that they are presenting a false dichotomy. Now, I am a fair player, so I encourage you, Honorable Chairperson, to give the proposition the benefit of the doubt. I agree with them. We have recognized, talented, skilled people. So we have the human resources, and let's say we have the capital, but do we have the reassurance that we are able to know that we will be able to not only develop these talents, but retain them and their contributions? The issue of brain drain is a predominant challenge in that the proposition has not considered. We have numerous members of the Caribbean diaspora who uses their skills in the creative industry and in volatile sectors such as tourism. And I could give an example of members of the diaspora who are in the creative industry but do not contribute back to the Caribbean. For example, Nicki Minaj. She is Caribbean, she is successful in music, but she has damaged the image of Trinidadian through her social media use, commenting on the pandemic. Now, speaking of the pandemic, Honorable Chair, I would hope that COVID-19 have opened our eyes to the dreamscape proposed by the proposition. The coronavirus has revealed the fragility and volatility of the creative sector. Venue-based sectors such as museums, performing arts, live concerts were hardest hit by social distancing regulations, causing a reduction in wage earnings. Therefore, we are not only going through a global health crisis, we are going through a global financial crisis. And in hard times, people would rather stay home than spend on expensive holidays or live events. We would quicker get rid of non-essentials, films, not food. Now, the proposition may have presented of other sectors driven by technology, such as software development and game development. But I think they fail to realize that we don't have the digital infrastructure necessary to accommodate for this shift in the industry. Because of this, we cannot compete in the cultural industry in a global market. We cannot compete against the giants such as Warner Brothers, Spotify, thinking that we could compete against companies like Disney, such a Mickey Mouse idea. Ladies and gentlemen, in keeping with Adam Smith's and Martin and David Ricardo's concepts, improving the efficiency of our already dominant industries, we will be able to experience absolute and comparative advantages. Whereas if we were to use these resources in the creative industry on a micro scale, our Caribbean firms will experience
1 minute remaining.
No creative competitive advantages, according to Michael Porter's theory. So, Honorable Chair, the proposition's pie in the sky notion does not consider the affirmation factors that showcase the infeasibility and fragility of the sector. Instead, I suggest conducting research and development to diversify the products provided already, to strengthen our comparative advantage and be able to compete on the global market. As my colleague actually urged, Honorable Chair, we need to wake up. We need to wake up to the reality of comparative advantage. We need to see that the challenges of the cultural industry, the creative industry, can't simply be wished away. And most importantly, contrary to the proposition's belief, the creative industry is not, and I repeat, it is not a panacea for economic diversification. I thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. I now open the floor to any points of information. Remember, these are 2 minutes and it's very limited. So please be brief.
I have a point of interest.
Gerald, do you accept or reject?
I humbly accept.
Proceed.
My worthy opponent stated that a famous celebrity, Nicki Minaj, will damage the reputation of the country, not so?
Honorable Chair, I am afraid that the proposition is oversimplifying our argument for an easy defeat. This is a common case of a strawman fallacy. Mr. Chair, the proposition must know we are much better than that.
I have another point of interest.
I most definitely accept.
You also stated, my worthy opponent, in your speech that there is a skills shortage. Can you just elaborate on what you mean by there was a skills shortage?
Because even though we are able to provide certain education opportunities for our Caribbean people, they are going to take these new acquired resources and take them to countries, as your colleague mentioned, America. So because of this, we wouldn't be able to have enough skill resources to competitively compete in the culture industry.
Okay, thank you, Gerald. Is there any other points of information? I believe the time is almost up, so I believe we will move on. I will now welcome the opposition summary speaker. Remember that you have 4 minutes and there will be no points of information after. You may begin.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, don't let the proposition deceive you. The creative economy is in no way whatsoever a panacea for the diversification of Caribbean cities. And we, the opposition, have displayed that to you today. The first opposition speaker demonstrated earlier, shifting to a creative economy is not as simple as it sounds. In fact, publications by the International Monetary Fund generally state that shifting to a creative economy would mean diverting resources from sectors that already enjoy a comparative advantage to the creative economy. But if encouragement of diversification causes resources to be channeled away from these sectors, then that could prove to be detrimental to the economy as a whole, rather than not a panacea. Furthermore, my teammate went on to mention that the creative economy comes with it its own risks that are not unsimilar to traditional economic systems. Jamaica was given as a prime example. Its cultural and creative industries are estimated to contribute 5.2% of the country's GDP. But at the end of this year, the country's economic growth is expected to decline to -5%. So ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this really does not justify a shift to the creative economy, a shift in focus. Rather, it is more likely to end up being a complete waste of time, effort, resources that could be better spent elsewhere. The second opposition speaker stated most Caribbean SIDS have nearly no opportunities to receive sufficient funding, nor foreign direct investment to launch such a project. Small Caribbean SIDS have limited resources, which should be efficiently allocated to key industries to ensure maximum possible economic growth. But for my opponents to say that the money should be invested into the creative economy, it seems as though they believe money grows on trees. My teammate also mentioned that investing into the creative economy is a risk, a gamble. We don't have the reassurance that the creative economy will be more effective than the already existing economy, nor do we have the guarantee that we could both develop and retain this creative economy, this so-called panacea. The second proposition speaker earlier stated that technology could be used in the creative economy to make it more effective, such as digitizing museums and virtual tours. Yes, it can, I agree. However, my opponents have failed to realize that most Caribbean SIDS don't even have the technological infrastructure in place, nor do they have the funding or resources to put one in place. And my opponents fail to see that. My opponents kept pointing out all the benefits of the creative economy, such as increasing the number and quality of jobs, growing range of sectors and markets, but yet they have failed to mention how such a thing will be put into place. And this is because my opponents themselves know that most Caribbean SIDS don't have the resources, as the second opposition speaker stated, and nor the funding either to even develop a creative economy in the first place. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we, the opposition, have displayed that the creative economy is in no way whatsoever a panacea for the diversification of Caribbean cities. And as Miguel de Cervantes said, don't put all your eggs in one basket, rather nurture the eggs in the baskets you have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I now welcome the proposition summary speaker. You also have 4 minutes, but there are no points of information after you have spoken. You may proceed.
Today, the opposing team has fervorously tried to convince you that the creative economy is not a panacea for economic diversification. Our worthy opponent has tried to explain that we are incorrect for stating that we are proposing to invest in an economy that is unknown. However, in doing so, he may be presenting a false dichotomy in his presentation of the creative economy as an unrealistic solution to economic diversification. However, in reality, we may be unable to grossly benefit immediately, but there is also the potential for steps in making this industry profitable over time. In the same way, we cannot say it is bound to be unsuccessful. If we do not make attempts in amplifying the creative economy, the fear of failure and losses can be preventing enormous success in this industry as governments are wary to invest. We have provided solid, credible details to prove that the creative economy is indeed a panacea for economic diversification. My shown how the creative industries can provide the economies of the Caribbean with a wide array of income sources based on the many sectors that create it. They have also intensely described how the creative industry allows the leverage of the abundant talent and skills of Caribbean people and domestic capital to produce competitive products and services. Additionally, the sector is labor intensive, therefore helping with the unemployment problem in the Caribbean, as it removes the stigma that young people should only aim for academic or traditional jobs, whereas there are many opportunities for equally or even higher paying jobs in the creative economy. Furthermore, we have demonstrated the relevance of development in the technology sector of the creative economy as an equitable remedy for diversification of Caribbean SIDS. It creates recognition for SIDS and aids in international relations as the global market demand for cultural content is continuously rising. Our second speaker also eloquently argued that the creative industries are a solution for sustainable development as it helps companies to thrive, create new innovative technology while not destroying the environment, ensuring a better future for generations to come. Yes, the creative economy is a panacea for of the Caribbean. As we move forward from relying on the dying oil and gas company, we can use this economy, the creative economy, to put our eggs in different baskets. Thank you.
Thank you, Karishma, for that. And I thank all the presenters who presented for this second debate. Now that is a wrap for our secondary school category. While the judges have 10 minutes to deliberate, we have some fun activities for you guys, so don't leave yet. I will now invite Ms. Maya Joseph, President of the Association of Debating and Public Speaking Club. Maya?
Hi, good day everyone. My name is Maya Joseph. I am the founder and president of the Association of Debating and Public Speaking, and I am also a year 2 student at the University of the West Indies pursuing a bachelor's in economics with a minor in MIS.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adyonanan, and I am the faculty ambassador for the Faculty of Social Sciences. Today, there are a short series of games such as What You Know, and Lyric, and Who Am I attached to a bridge wheel, in which we will spin in order to select which game we will play. Once the game is selected, I will ask the question, and whoever types the correct answer will gain a point. I will be responsible for tallying the scores of the person with the most correct answers. There are prizes to be won, so good luck, everyone.
All right, so just to reiterate what was said, guys, so I'm going to spin the wheel and we will play a couple of games. The first person to comment the correct answer quickest will win, okay? So let's go.
And here we have finished the lyric.
All right, so I hope you guys know your music. Who can tell me what lyric comes next?
Jumping up in the red, white, on black.
No. Honestly, comments. Come on, no. I see Tishona got it. I'm partying till it rain. Now, guys, everyone know the song. We just don't know the lyrics. I'm partying till it rain. Next one, let's go. All right, so the next game is what you know. So, who can tell me what was the first capital of Tobago? Who can tell me what was the first capital of Tobago?
Emilio got it. Emilio Hernandez.
No, the first capital of Tobago was not Port of Spain.
That was my bad. That's an error on my part.
Joseph Ali got it. All right, next game. All right, so another what you know. So can you guys tell me what is the capital of Cuba?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's go next one. Right, so another what you know. So, which Caribbean island is referred to as the island of spice?
Anisha.
All right, she was quick with that one. All right, so let's go again. All right, finish the lyric.
Oh, sorry, no correction. It was Emilio, actually. Emilio before Ananda. Nisha, sorry.
Okay. All right, so another song. Let's go.
Hey. Get down.
What lyric comes next?
I see her and I want her. I got to have her.
Chevy Matera. No, I'm sorry.
All right, next game. Now, guys, we won't be able to make a clear distinction if you put on your mic and if you type in the chat. So I suggest everyone types in the chat who types the fastest gets it, right? All right, what you know? So, all right, so which Caribbean island lies on two tectonic plates? All right, next one.
Naomi, can you please put full name in the chat, please?
Oh, so we have who am I? Okay, so who can tell me who was the founder of the trade union movement in TNT?
I saw Ashwarya was
I'll leave Joseph to decide for that one. Moving on. All right, so another what you know. So, guys, so which one's the volume? Which Caribbean island had a volcanic eruption in 2012? Are you guessing Caribbean islands now?
Again, Wilson.
All right, nice. Next one, guys. We have 10 minutes. Who am I? All right. Who is the current Prime Minister of Barbados?
Emilio got it.
I find Olera ridiculous. How look at that we put last name, man. To me, I'm saying, oh yeah, he put me Olera ridiculous. How look at the first name and the last name. No shame. All right. Another, who am I? All right. So, who was the third president and prime minister of Trinidad and Tobago? The third? Nautica. It's Nautica, I think this her name. All right, move my pace. Another what you know. So let's see. Which Caribbean island has no river? Keep it coming, guys. Keep it coming. All right, I think we will just give them this one. The answer is Antigua, right? So moving along, let's go. They don't want to give away the lyrics at all. So what you know? All right. So this is a COTE edition, what you know. So who can tell me who is the COTE Youth Co-Coordinator for today? Yes, the answer is Joel Jordan. Mr. Joel Jordan, that is. Another, what you know. Okay. So who can tell me, who can name one of the sponsors for this event? Yes, the sponsor is FCV. Next one, let's see if we can finish the lyric. All right, so we got who am I? All right, so who is the Prime Minister of Grenada?
Emilio.
Yes.
Wow.
Mitchell is correct. Oh, yes, Lord. Another, who am I? All right, so who is considered one of the pioneers of reggae? Yes, the answer is Bob Marley.
No,
right.
Who got it?
I believe Anisha Adhar.
So we have another watch you. All right, so let me see who could put this answer the fastest. Who is the fastest man in the world?
Ishwarya.
All right. Fingers crossed we get finished the lyric. We did not. Another, what you know. This wheel is jinxed. All right, so what is the national food of Guyana? I think Emilio got it. I think Pradeep just put pot. All right, so moving on. This wheel doesn't like us. Who am I? All right. Okay, so Ian Alvarez is the name of which soca artist in Trinidad and Tobago? God, I don't think I can actually read this.
Emilio.
I think he hacked my computer, you know. I think he could see the answers. I'm convinced. Another, who am I? So let's go. who has a program named Crime Watch.
Yeah. In the chat, I see email.
All right, so unfortunately, that is the end of our games for now, but games will continue during the next break. So it was a pleasure having you guys. So bye for now.
Congratulations to you, winner. Bye for now.
All right, good afternoon again, everyone. We have completed the secondary debates, and we are now going to move into the tertiary debates. Allow me, and before I introduce the moderator of the tertiary debates, for the persons who are responding to the games, we have 2 prizes. We will be given one for the person who answered the most correct answers in the first round. And we also have a second round, which would be after the 4th debate. We also have another prize for the person who answered answers the most questions in that round as well. All right. Now allow me the opportunity to welcome the moderator of the tertiary debate, Mr. Joel Phillip. Joel Phillip is a 2nd-year student in University of the West Indies. He's currently studying for a BSc in accounting. Outside of academics, he remains active in one of his many areas of interest, such as acting, writing, music production, and volunteering. He has been nationally and regionally recognized as a spoken word artist, being a featured poet in the NGC Bocas Lit Fest 2021, as well as his work being submitted for local competitions. As an outreach officer for the Association of Debating and Public Speaking, Joel intends to draw from his wealth of knowledge to perform his duties in an effective and versatile manner. As many persons have done for him in the past, it is important to him to give of himself to others and be the best representative of the association that he can possibly be. If Joel could have one wish granted, it would be for more people to live by the simple phrase he says, and is that. Welcome, Joel, and welcome everyone to the tertiary debates.
Thank you, Dr. Roxanne, for that lovely intro. So as Dr. Roxanne has said, I will be the moderator for the tertiary debates. And let's not waste any time. Let's get into the first debate, which will be between the University of the West Indies Team A versus UWI-Roytec, where the University of the West Indies will be for the motion and UWI-Roytec would be against the motion. So now I will introduce each member of each team, starting with Team A of University of the West Indies. We have Adana Stout. Adana considers herself to be an assertive, straightforward, and ambitious writer who intends to employ her many gifts and fruits to contribute to the evolution of the world. She has recently found her passion in debating and public speaking because she has acknowledged the power of words and how it can be a driving force to motivate others. Adana is pursuing a degree in political science. Next, we have Alim Mohammed. Alim Mohammed is a recipient of a National Mathematics Scholarship in Trinidad and Tobago. A final year student, he is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree specializing in actuarial science at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus. Alim is passionate about education reform and youth empowerment and development. He is of the belief that education is the ultimate equalizer, and through that, empowerment of youth can also be found, which is crucial for the improvement of society. As a patriot, Alim intends to enter the realm of education where he can bestow his wealth of knowledge in actuarial science, finance, and economics with the intent to make a meaningful contribution to Trinidad and Tobago. And finally, for the University of the West Indies Team A, we have Priyanka Rimal. Priyanka Rimal is currently pursuing her bachelor's degree in law. She is a very active person, having been a former swimmer and taekwondo athlete, in which she has represented her country around the world. She enjoys volunteering and has benefited from a number of awards. Her ultimate goal in life is to continue leaving a positive impact, whether it be in her job or otherwise. And she also intends to travel the world. She is the events planner for the Association of Debating and Public Speaking. As a member of the ADPS, she sees debating as another avenue to show her competitive side. And now for the team at UWI-Roytec, we'll start with Lorenzo Sahadio. Lorenzo Sahadio is from the San Fernando area and is currently pursuing studies in management at UWI-Roytec. He has a petroleum engineering background with over 12 years of experience in the oil and gas sector. He enjoys new challenges and tries to make the best of every opportunity. Next, we have Josette Ali. Josette Ali has worked in marketing and customer service for numerous amount of years at one of Trinidad and Tobago's leading financial institutions. She has a wealth of knowledge in the financial and banking industries. Her ability to use her knowledge to make a meaningful contribution to the basic needs of those she is called to serve, while simultaneously increasing her personal growth to build a successful career, leadership, job experiences, and all of her academic credentials go hand in hand with an ever-present and fun-loving personality. And to round off the UWI-Roytec team, we have Nicole Romani. Nicole Romani is a journalist and a news presenter with a strong personality. She loves engaging with others and listening to all sides of a story. She is fun, kind, vibrant, and dedicated to success in everything she does. She is a team player in her workplace and in her family life. She is guided by the principle of fair play with decisive objectivity. She loves animals and poetry and always open to a new adventure. So now that we know who is debating, let's get into the formatting of how this debate is going to go. So first off, the topic that they will be debating: be it resolved that economic policy must come before social policy on the Caribbean's development agenda. Now for how this debate is going to run, we're going to start with the first proposition speaker, who will have 8 minutes to develop their points. There will be a bell after the first minute, another bell after the 7th minute, and then at least a countdown to the end of their time. And they will be followed by 2 minutes to discuss any points of information. Next, we'll have the first opposition speaker, who will also have the 8 minutes and the same bells after the first, 7th, and last minute, which will also be followed by 2 minutes of the points of information. Then we'll go to the second propositional speaker, who will have 6 minutes, with bells going at the first, 5th, and last minute, followed by the 2 minutes for points of information, which will be the same for the second opposition speaker, which will follow. Next, we will start with the opposition summary presentation, who will have 4 minutes and will be given bells at the first, 3rd, and last minute. And there will be no points of information following their presentation. And the same rules will apply for the proposition summary presentation. Now, to discuss the points of information, as I've said, they will only happen after the first and second proposition and opposition speaker have finished their presentations. The other members of the debate will indicate if they have a point of information, and then the other side will choose whether they accept or reject these points of information. You will hear a bell at the end of the 2 minutes, which were allotted for the points of information. And now to recap, we will discuss the motion again, which is, be it resolved that economic policy must come before social policy on the Caribbean's development agenda. Now, without any further ado, I welcome the first proposition speaker to open us up in this debate. A gentle reminder, we have 8 minutes. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
All right, Joel, thank you for that. Pleasant good afternoon, Madam Speaker, good the opponents and guests. The motion brought forward today is be it resolved that economic policy must come before social policy on the Caribbean's development agenda. Now, let's define these key terms of the motion to really understand what we're debating today. According to the Collins Dictionary of Economics 2005, an economic policy is the strategies and measures adopted by the government to manage the economy as a means of achieving its economic objectives. These economic objectives are, but should be noted, not limited to economic growth, full employment, or elimination of unemployment, price stability, or the combat of inflation, and so forth. Secondly, the word before, literally the word before, in accordance to the Oxford Dictionary, can be defined as a period of time which precedes a particular time or event. Thirdly, London School for Economics and Political Science Professor Lucinda Platt from the Department of Social Policies 2021 defined a social policy to be a policy to which is concerned with the ways in which societies across the world meet the human requirements like security, education, work, health, and well-being. So, Madam Speaker, in layman's terms, we can think of the social policy as the how the government deliberates on how they can improve the welfare and well-being of their people in the society. Whereas the economic policy is the way in which they want to implement these social policies, the way in which they economically position themselves to make these social policies a reality. And finally, development agenda, according to the United Nations and acknowledged by its state members, is a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and in the future. And this consists of 17 sustainable development goals. Henceforth, Madam Speaker, we, the affirmative, stand in support. And let me just repeat that. We stand in support of the motion and we boldly declare that economic policy is the dominant social policy. As an introductory speaker, I will be elucidating the fact that economic policy is the primary determinant of social policy and social policy outcomes, followed by a brief initiation on point 2, which will be directly, economic policy determines the amount of funds available for social programs and the character or benefits and services. However, our rebuttal will get to the crux of this point, followed by our last point, which is how indirectly economic policies can alter the needs for social programs. And lastly, our rebuttals, our summary speaker will be placing the roof on the head of our debate with a summary. Madam Speaker, you tell me which one typically comes first, the horse or the cart? Typically, the horse comes first. This can also apply to the economic and social policies. Economic policies must come before social policies, and you absolutely can't dialogue on the conversation of social policy and completely disregard economic policy. In the Caribbean, intense attention has been placed on this because the government knows, for a matter of fact, that the creation of social programs, which, by the way, is a form of enactment of social policies, is pegged upon economic policies. Social policy is determined upon the basis of the redistributive functions of economics and the government, which is essentially to ensure the welfare of their people. And when we say economics, Madam Speaker, of course, we're including economic policies. Even Anderson, K. et al. Agreed with this in the 2060 Britannica article on government economic policy by stating that virtually everything that a government does has some effect on the distribution of income and wealth on the various levels of the society. Furthermore, Anderson K. et al. Stated that this distribution can heavily influence social policy and its outcomes. He exemplified that the distribution to the healthcare sector can encourage improvement in healthcare facilities, therefore benefiting the sick, the old, and even the pregnant. So, Madam Speaker, in case we've forgotten, doesn't this economic strategy of distribution, which, by the way, ties in with economic policy, extends to what the social policy is concerned with? And in case our opposition has forgotten these concerns, let me just reiterate. It's security, it's education, it's work, it's health, and it's well-being. Secondly, economic policies determine the amount of funds available for social programs and the character or benefits and services. Now, Madam Speaker, it should be acknowledged that these social programs are evidence of social policies being enacted in the Caribbean. I want to reference a 1999 press release from the United Nations on the prioritization of social programs. Falmi Tugnum, STED reader and head of Department of Psychology from the Ubafumi Awolowo University, stated that it is a challenge to determine which social requirements should be prioritized, especially when there's a squeeze on available resources. One of which these resources is money, of course, because when the government is low on revenue, they are required to put some social programs at the forefront of others. Now, before I allow my comrade, the rebuttal speaker, to further reinforce this point, I'd like to give one example to make this point more relatable to us all. As we all know right now, our primary socioeconomic concerns are with the ramifications of COVID-19, which challenges the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, such as no poverty, no hunger, quality education, full employment, and so much more. As a result of these challenges, the governments of the Caribbean and even nationwide has implemented numerous economic policies that bring attention to these social ramifications, thereby aiming to cater to social policy outcomes. Allow me to magnify the economic policy the government of Trinidad and Tobago has implemented to ensure quality education for all children. $50 million has been allocated for the acquisition of laptops for students, according to Laura Phillip 2020 on News CT. And let it be known that this was done by other Caribbean countries as well. Furthermore, the laptop program is a data-driven policy, ensuring that those who really need these laptops gets them. Finance Minister Colm Imbert also stated that this economic policy will also be complemented with tax exemptions on laptops and other devices to help those in need. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this economic policy has full intentions to fulfill the humanistic requirements and obligations of individuals to receive a quality education. Furthermore, this economic policy will significantly alleviate the burden of the impoverished from having to purchase laptops and other devices to keep up with the transition from physical learning to virtual learning.
1 minute remaining.
This example clearly reaffirms that the fact of the matter is the government of the Caribbean are clearly intending to achieve sustainable development goals, no matter the obstacles, no matter the viruses or pandemic that is in their way. And with this being said, I once again want to make clear that the empirical evidence clearly shows that economic policy is indeed the dominant social policy. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with that being said, the first proposition has rested. Thank you.
Thank you, Adana. We will now open the floor for anybody who has any points of information.
Point of information.
Okay, Adana. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, do you agree that social policies influence economic policies?
Well, if I agree with that, I wouldn't be on this end of the bargain now, would I? In my introduction, I clearly stated that economic policies must come before social policies, thereby stating that economic policies are the bricks and the cement for social policies to be enacted upon.
Okay, any other points of information to be raised? Okay, so if there are none, I think I could close that window. So there will be no more points of information for Adana's presentation. And we will move straight into the first opposition speaker for UWI-Roytec. He will have 8 minutes, as Adana has had 8 minutes. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair, esteemed judges, accurate timekeeper, worthy opponents, and my very attentive audience here today. Today, we are debating the motion, be it resolved that economic policy must come before social policy in the Caribbean development agenda, for which we are against. It is the opposition's position that both economic and social policies are very crucial for the achievement of wealth, well-being, choices, and capabilities of people when it comes to the Caribbean development agenda. Therefore, we believe that neither economic policy nor social policy must come before each other, but instead both policies must be conducted at the same time. My esteemed colleagues and second speaker, Josette, will be addressing some of the shortfalls associated with constantly putting economic policies first, also the limitations of economic policies in the Caribbean Development Agenda, and why the socio-economic approach is best for us. I will have to refute some of the points raised by the proposition first speaker and also make them more applicable to the Caribbean Development Agenda. And I want to take the time to show you why the socio-economic approach to public policy making is in harmony with numerous authorities and concepts. Ladies and gentlemen, the proposing speaker did not even venture into the feasibility and advantages of combining both economic and social policies to effectively achieve our targets and implement public policies. According to many international experts, such as Capana, Howlett, 2020, instead of pursuing one policy over the other, why not put greater effort into combining public policies and look at how they relate to each other, look at what impact they have when combined, and also put systems and measures in place to see how these packages, how these combinations evolve and change over time. So my worthy but very misguided opponent claimed that economic policies form the basis for social policies to be a success. However, I want to counter that assertion. I want everyone to remember the teachings of Nobel laureate Amartya Sen when he said that economic policies focus on enhancing wealth and social policies focus on enhancing choices. We need to put the both together to enhance people's choices and capabilities, because guess what? Economic policies, they lack the people-centeredness which social policies can achieve. Also, the proposition kept going on and on about the dominance of economic policies. But come on, ladies and gentlemen, the world has changed. We are not in the 1950s, we are not in the 1930s. Development is bigger than all of us. We need to do what is best for the Caribbean. The Caribbean stands for unity, and why not merge, join, combine social policies with economic policies, and in that way we use the advantages from both policies to benefit the Caribbean. We need to go a socio-economical route, and that will benefit us all. I want to draw reference to the president of Caribbean Development Bank, Dr. Jean Leon, in 2021, where he called for the formation of a regional action group. And his thinking, his methodology was that this regional action group will help drive the Caribbean's social and economic development agenda. We have another expert calling for us to merge policies and use it to our advantage. Also, former central bank governor and economist Courtney Blackman, 2006, he mentioned the obvious situation that we Caribbean, we always try to put economic policies ahead, such as fiscal, monetary, and exchange rate policies in our pursuit for development. And guess what? Has it been working? Have any of us noticed major drastic improvements when we keep putting economic policies first? And I think we all know the answer for that. He said that we need to reform, we need to refocus and shift away from a purely economic model and also deal with the human problems that we have in society. We need to look into social policies, combine them with economic policies. And when we do that, we will enhance education levels, we will reduce discrimination and social injustice. Also, legendary Caribbean economist Wendell Demas, he also said that the Caribbean development cannot be considered isolation for our small size. We are too small to be wondering of what comes first, what comes second. We need major structural transformation to advance our development agenda. How can we achieve that structural transformation? One method of doing that is to combine our economic and social policies together. If we do that, we can promote a culture of innovation and also reduce our import dependency. This is also echoed by Best and Levitt's plantation economy model of the Caribbean. We also had CARICOM heads of government in their 42nd meeting, which was held on between the July 5th to the 6th of 2021. And they observed that we need to prioritize regional food production and food security. And how did they say we need to deal with this? By socio-economic policies. The socio-economic policies they believe will help us provide the necessary incentives and cultural transformation that is needed to revitalize our food industry. And with all of this, we need to really open our eyes and see the need that we cannot keep focusing on putting one policy over the other. We need to use all the data, use all the statistics, use the advantages of both policies, combine them and make them work for us, make them help this Caribbean economy, help us to have a successful, a realistic Caribbean development agenda. I ask you this question: what makes sense for us? To have a car with an engine and no
1 minute
wheels,
remaining.
or to have a car with an engine and wheels? Ladies and gentlemen, it is obvious. We need to combine our policies. We need to combine the social policies with the economic policies. And with this approach, we will have a successful Caribbean development agenda. I thank you all.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Now the floor will open if the proposition team has any points of information.
Hi, I have a point of information.
Yes, Lorenzo, do you accept or do you refuse?
I accept.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, my goodly opponent, since we're asking awareness questions, I want to ask you if you're aware that according to the Inter-American Development Bank, that in their 2019 statement, they stated that basically financial debt, financial access, and financial inclusion, which by the way are characteristics of economic policies, are very crucial and important to the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the Development Agenda.
Okay, I would like to counter that claim with saying that the Economic Commission for Latin America of the Caribbean in 2021, this year, released their 2030 agenda. And guess what? They said that the core of this 2030 agenda for the Caribbean region and Latin America is to have people at its base, because they want to achieve a rights-based sustainable development, implying that both social and economic policies are important and needed to achieve this aim.
I have a point of information.
Lorenzo, do you accept or refuse?
I accept.
Lorenzo, okay. What I found was very strange was I didn't define any of the terms. So our team didn't have the option to disagree or agree with the motion. So we're not sure what what these terms mean from your speech. Furthermore, you talked about we have to use statistics to understand the data, but I haven't seen any statistics. I've just seen definitions, what people, not definitions, what people said. What was quoted from here was quoted from there, but no statistics. How could we arrive at a conclusion that isn't opinion-based? Because that's what your piece seems to sound like.
Okay, Alim. So the reason why I made reference to well-known economists and experts in... Can I continue? Hello? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Can I continue with the response, or I got the message, time is up?
No, we have to move on.
Okay.
So now we will move on to the second proposition speaker, who will have 6 minutes to argue for their point. Second proposition speaker, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
I'm ready. Thank you, Joel. Madam Speaker, I wish to reiterate the fact that we, the affirmative, are in resolute agreement with the motion. Before I begin, I want to thank the opposition team for making my rebuttal speech quite a simple task. Madam Speaker, we're in a time of COVID-19, and we know that in public spaces, we have to social distance ourselves from one another. The introductory speaker from the opposition team has formulated a new social policy and social distance away from the motion, and it seems that he invented an entirely new motion. I want to remind the opposition that the motion is, be it resolved that economic policy must come before social policy in the Caribbean's developmental agenda. Madam Speaker, we do not think, but we know that economic policy is the dominant social policy. I will not magnify on the explanation our first affirmative speaker gave on our second point, which is directly economic policy determines the amount of funds available for social policy programs and the character and benefits of these social programs. Due to the ramifications of COVID-19, the budget excellently exemplifies an economic policy which is geared towards the alleviation of hunger, which is the second objective under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. One social program that economic policy has determined is food security. Finance Minister Colum Imboud presented in his 2021 to 2022 budget that taxes have been exempted on certain food items, such as, but not limited to, pigtail, curry, cooking oil, canned vegetables, and so forth. By implementing this economic policy directly, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago can freely endorse cheaper goods. Doesn't that show development in the country? Furthermore, I would like to make reference to a statement by Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley made at a 2012 conference, which still was relevant, where he stated, this was in response to easing the burden on our population, who was struggling with the spiraling food prices arising from the rapid rate of price increases concomitant with global trends. The philosophical underpinning of our manifesto, expressed in our first pillar for sustainable development, is the desire to provide people-centered development. Now, let us look at Barbados. For the 2021 to 2022 budget estimates written on September 1st, 2021, approximately $46.8 million was allocated with the objective of, and I want to quote their mission statement. Their mission statement is to guide agriculture, fisheries, and rural development, and to ensure an adequate supply of wholesome food for all at an affordable price. Henceforth, Madam Speaker, we can once again say indefinitely that economic policy must come before social policy on the Caribbean's developmental agenda. Madam Speaker, economic policies can also indirectly alter the need for social programs. COVID-19 has extended for more than a year, and it is very crucial that I shed light on this. To drive this point home, let me exemplify a 2021 press release from the Jamaican Ministry of Finance and Public Services, which stated that the Jamaican government intends to implement an economic policy tools, such as a fiscal stimulus in which it plans to pump $25 billion into the economy to cushion some of the economic impacts of COVID-19. For example, under the COVID allocation of resources for employees or CARE initiative, soft grant funds will be granted to assist individuals and businesses that have succumbed to the financial instability of the pandemic. Due to this, the government stated, and I want to quote, these fiscal stimulus measures will give us the best opportunity for eventual economic recovery. So, Madam Speaker, this example further solidifies that economic policy is the dominant social policy, as this fiscal stimulus policy ultimately is being implemented by the Jamaican government in order to diminish some of the hardships that the citizens are facing, like poverty, lack of employment, and even hunger, which we all know by now are among social policy concerns. You know, let us talk about something else. Let's consider St. Kitts and Nevis. And I want to quote Prime Minister Timothy Harris during a news conference, in which he stated that over $18 million was spent to implement measures to access vehicles, wards, quarantine facilities, and testing aid. You know, he said an additional $5 million will be going into a health initiative for COVID-19 by the end of 2021. And this will bring the total cost of COVID-19 related expenditure to more than $23 million. Therefore, these economic policies to facilitate the opportunity for these countries to achieve the goal of good health and well-being of all their citizens during a pandemic. And this is the third sustainable goal on the United Nations Developmental Agenda. Madam Speaker, we can unquestionably conclude that economic policy is the dominant social policy, as it is indeed essentially made for the good health and well-being of the citizens.
1 minute remaining.
Madam Speaker, Therefore, it is quite baffling that the opposition seeks to defend the erroneous stance on the motion by contending that economic policy does not necessarily come before social policy on the Caribbean's developmental agenda. So, Madam Speaker, with that being said, the rebuttal has rested, and so too has the opposition. I thank you.
Thank you, Alim. Now the opposition has their chance to respond. We'll open 2 minutes for any points of information.
Okay, a point of information.
Sure. Alim, do you accept or refuse? Lorenzo, okay, go ahead.
So we listened the both speakers from the proposition side, and they kept implying that they kept describing the economic policy as being the dominant social policy, right? But how can that go in one sentence? In other words, you're saying that economic policy is a social policy, and how can you say it comes first?
Okay, I will answer now. And I want to thank you for asking this question. And I appreciate questions from a team with members who don't use statistics to back up their information. But, you know, let me speak. If you're asking me to explain the team line, then economic policy is the dominant social policy because firstly, it is the building blocks, the bricks and the cement, as my teammate Adana has, the first propositional speaker, pardon me, has clearly pointed out. It is a cement to make social policies and its outcome a reality. Saying that, imagine the consequence of a social policy without any economic policy putting forth some sort of financial constraints and regulations on them. That calls for unintentional failure, like the UNC's laptop distribution program, and the UNC being the political party in Trinidad and Tobago, which I make reference to. And this was a social policy that did not have any economic policy constraints to guide it, and this is why it was short-lived and failed.
Are there any other points of information?
I have a point of information.
Alim, do you accept?
Sure, I accept.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. The proposition is suggesting, as Lorenzo said, that economic policy is a dominant social policy. You spoke about all the things that the government offered in its budget, like biscuits and canned foods and oil to help people. But how much does that help people on the ground? The real man that is suffering and does not have money cannot cook anything with oil and...
Time's up.
I'm sorry, Alim, you can't respond. I'm sorry, you cannot respond. We need to move on. So now we're going to have the second opposition speaker who will have 6 minutes to discuss their points. Second opposition speaker, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Yes, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My esteemed colleague Lorenzo would have effectively refuted some of the points raised by the first proposition speaker, where he applied socio-economic policies to the Caribbean development agenda, backed by numerous and reputable authorities. Similarly, I will be refuting some of the points by the proposing speakers, assertions that economic policy must come before social policy. I will also address the implementation defects associated with placing economic policy first in the Caribbean, as well as the limitations of economic policy and why the social economic policy is the best for the Caribbean development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of the economic policies advanced by the proposition speakers target mainly economic growth as opposed to the greater and broader socioeconomic target of development, specifically when it comes to Caribbean development. These policies can only go so far in addressing social, environmental aspects of development. Although they are advocating that social policies are important and will follow economic ones, this stance is, however, a bit inadequate, as we might run into policy misfiring. Social policies have to be effectively implemented simultaneously to improve the lives of Caribbean citizens. Pursuing a descending approach to these economic policies first, social second, and so on, the Caribbean development targets of poverty reduction, this fair distribution of resources, and the Greater Caribbean sorely fails. The chronic implementation gap, where it relates to the economic policies in the Caribbean, is bordering on embarrassing. After decades of trying, many aspects of the Caribbean single economy has yet to be implemented. According to Caribbean leaders, such as the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez at the 2019 Heads of Government Conference, says that political and social policies are needed to achieve the buy-in by people, especially when it comes in the fields of the free movement of labor and the Caribbean integration, which is a critical component of the Caribbean development agenda. Secondly, monetarist economists such as Freeman Lucas warns us that about the limitations of economic policies when it comes in the terms of solving microeconomic problems. This is because of our lack of how the economy truly works. These policies themselves, without the complement of social policies in the Caribbean, leaves our pie half-baked. These policies, as the proposition would like to say, these policies have too much emphasis on the government roles to rescue the economy, burdening future generations with unsurmountable debts, as well as overcrowding our public sector and the overdependency on government subsidies. Norman Gavin, 27. My dear audience, Caribbean development agenda has to include economic policies and social policies simultaneously. One cannot come before each other. ECLAC 2015, after 8 rounds of arduous intergovernment negotiations, at the 2030 agenda, places people at its core, where it developed a new sustainable agenda and a renewed partnership in global partnership. This agenda would have addressed poverty eradication as well as inequalities in its new agenda, which is a key priority for Latin America and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
1 minute remaining.
And inclusivity cannot be so. People are the center, especially when it comes to Caribbean development agenda. Thus, the harmonization of social and economic policies are needed. One cannot dominate the other. For social policies to occur, social and economic policies are aimed to reduce discrimination. Discrimination is the antithesis of any development agenda, as stated by the UNDP on the Charter of Good Governance. In closing, the amalgamation of the right blend of social and economic policies is the only thing that in Caribbean that we could really use. Economic policy cannot come before social policy. If to do so, it comes like we are putting our
hands up
in our mouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Josette. Now the proposition team has a chance to respond by giving any points of information.
Hi, I have a point of information. Let me turn back on my camera really quick.
Okay, before you say anything, Josette, do you accept the reviews?
I honorably accept.
Okay, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you, Ms. Josette. So I just realized that you, along with your forerunner, you guys really based your arguments off of he says, she says, and he and this, but you never really gave any solid information or any solid report. So I would just like to ask you, can you at least give me 3 social policies that did not require an economic policy to come before it in order to be enacted and or be successful?
In regards to that answer, which I thank you for, social policies are the ground base of most of what is done in the Caribbean, whether it be social policies govern our banking, our day-to-day, our morals and values. These things are put in place, these guidelines are put in place for us. Unfortunately, I cannot name 3 at the moment.
I have a point of information.
Is that, do you accept?
I honorably accept.
I'm wondering, why would we create a budget, which has several economic policies prior to the fiscal year starting? That's it.
Thank you, Aline. So you're saying, why would we create a budget? As much as finance and money is very important, we need people on the ground to create that finance. It's not without people that anything is done. Social policies are there with the free education in order to create your politicians who would then come up with your budget. Not so?
Thank you, Josette. Any other points of information?
Time's up.
And we're out of time. Okay, so now we're going to take it to the summary presentations now, and we're going to start with the opposition in UWI-Roytec. They will have 4 minutes to summarize everything already discussed. Summary speaker, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I listened quite attentively to the positions proffered by the proposition side. The first speaker spoke about, let me just reflect on my notes, putting the cart before the horse, as if to say social policy cannot go before economic policy. And I say this, I would like to quote from Atticus Finch from To Kill a Mockingbird, that you ought to walk a mile in someone else's shoes before making a judgment. The poor people on the ground, the ordinary man, needs social policy. In order for us to fulfill the Caribbean development agenda as outlined by ECLA, we need to have people at the center. It has to be people driven. In order to eradicate poverty, we have to address those that are below the poverty line. We have to address those that are being affected. The second speaker talked about a social economic policy while saying that it cannot be combined. So I'm saying this, if it cannot be combined, then don't combine it, but don't put economics first. Economics predominantly talks about making profit. It talks about finance. Social policy talks about the needs of the people. And I ask you this, when you walk a mile in the shoes of the poor man, do you really want to see your government trying to make money, trying to do all the things that they are talking about without you? Because if we have all the profits and we earn all the money, but the people on the ground are suffering, then who is it really for? I ask you this yet again. If you pay attention to the things that were being told to us, they kept saying that our members lacked statistics. But the members on the other side kept referring to the 1990s, neglecting that we were presenting reports from 2021, which called for people-centeredness in the Caribbean. They kept coming back home to Trinidad and Tobago, but really the Caribbean development agenda is not based on only one country. It is based on all the Caribbean countries. And if you listen to the leaders at various summits, you would have heard, as was eloquently laid out by my first speaker, Lorenzo, and our second speaker, Josette. You need to focus on the people. These social policies are what will do that. The education that you spoke about, the education is needed. You spoke about the allocation of money for education, but is it really enough? So many people have been complaining about that. And without education, without the people to learn your politics, without the people to learn your medical stuff, to be able to be your doctors and your nurses, how is the country really going to develop? You talk about 1990s, mentioning very briefly COVID-19 and the experiences that all economies are suffering right now. And I ask you, really and truly, can you really put the making of money before taking care of the people who ought to make it for you?
1 minute remaining.
You can in no way come before social policy. And with that, I put the nail in the head of this coffin.
Thank you, Nicole. And please be reminded that there are no points of information that will be raised during either the opposition or proposition's summary presentation. So now to officially close off this debate, we will have the proposition's summary speaker who will have the 4 minutes to summarize everything that has happened. Summary speaker, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, in no doubt, the aforementioned speakers from my Alpha's team has done a remarkable job in stating we, the affirmative, stand in support of the motion and boldly declare that economic policy is the dominant social policy. The opposition's myopic thinking can be seen through their inadequate and insubstantial points of socio-economic policies, which is what we are not here to discuss, nor are we discrediting the existence of social policies. Madam Speaker, the opposition team could not properly list any social policies in the Caribbean's development agenda. We, the Alpha's team, are simply stating if economic policy does not come before social policy, then how would there be any social policy outcomes? As our introductory speaker effectively stated, economic policy is the primary determinant of social policy and social policy outcomes. This was effectively referenced through education in Trinidad and Tobago, whereby $50 million had been allocated for the acquisition of laptops to students nationwide and was also complemented with tax exemptions on such technological devices. This data-driven economic policy therefore aids and facilitates the welfare of these youths in need. In furtherance, Madam Speaker, if social policy were to come before economic policy, how would that sustain development within the Caribbean region? Money undeniably determines the standard of living. Wouldn't you all agree? As our rebuttal speaker mentioned, the alleviation of hunger, which is the second goal under 2030 UN's Agenda for Sustainable Development, is directly addressed through economic policies. As seen by the removal of taxes and subsidies on certain highly consumed foods throughout Trinidad and Tobago as well as Barbados, economic policy directly determines the number of funds available for social programs or benefits and services of such programs. This was highlighted on the budget of 2021-2022 in Trinidad and Tobago, whereby tax exemptions on certain foods were authorized. Moreover, in the budget of Barbados, $46.8 million were allocated to guide agricultural, fisheries, and rural development to ensure an adequate supply of wholesome food for all at an affordable price. Ladies and gentlemen, the endorsement of these goods at affordable prices makes living easier for citizens of these nations and ultimately addresses the hunger during these trying COVID times. In addition, Madam Speaker, economic policies also indirectly alter the need for social programs, as aforementioned. This goal to suppress the economic impact of the pandemic was achieved by the government of Jamaica, as exemplified under the CARE initiative, COVID allocation of resources for employees. Under CARE, soft grant funds were granted to assist individuals and businesses that have succumbed to financial instability because of this pandemic. Similarly, in St. Kitts and Nevis, they have spent 80 million EC dollars by implementing measures to curb the spread of COVID-19 to freely access vehicles, quarantine facilities, and testing aid. This outlines how economic policies are indirectly impacting the much desired social welfare. Clearly, this is deemed necessary, as without the existence of economic policy before social policies of good health and well-being, individuals would have been deprived of this help during these yet again crying and trying COVID-19 times. In retrospect, Madam Speaker, the Alpha's team affirmatively stand with the motion that economic policy must come before social policy on the Caribbean's development agenda. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Priyanka. So now this wraps up University of the West Indies Team A's full argument, and this draws to an end debate 3. And while we have the judges deliberate who wins this debate, please don't go anywhere because we have a few items prepared for your entertainment.
Stop your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This country so colorful and truly diverse. We're doing our best to put TNT first. Use success through advancement, we encourage. We proudly supporting we rich cultural heritage, promoting development in the sporting arena, and empowering women for equality of gender. We sustaining the environment and strengthening the society. Full citizens helping paint a brighter TNT. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
Some of the most special things in life take time to come to fruition. And when they do, the rewards can enrich lives for generations to come. The wait is so worth it. Contact the UTC today and get growing.
In the blink of an eye, the world changed forever.
El gobierno dará a conocer en las próximas horas una serie de medidas sanitarias y económicas para seguir enfrentando la pandemia.
Una reunión con el presidente, el jefe de gobierno.
A global crisis of unprecedented proportions, from which no country has escaped. In Latin America, we have faced many challenging times, some more difficult than others. But today, we all understand that solidarity is our biggest strength. "50 years ago, CAF was created with a mission. 5 Andean countries united to promote sustainable development and regional integration, thus improving quality of life and boosting productivity. Today, we are composed by 19 countries and account for over 600 million people. And despite the distance and the barriers that separate us, we must work more united than ever, because only together we will succeed. The world will not be the same, but now we have the opportunity to build an even better one, a more harmonious, cleaner, and efficient planet. And for the challenges that lie ahead, at CAF, we want to say 3 words. Here we are. To build together a region of opportunities, especially for the most vulnerable ones, with infrastructure that improves quality of life and increases connectivity. A region of vibrant cities, of entrepreneurs and businesses committed to their communities, of societies respectful with the natural world that we all share and must care for. At CAF, we have walked along a region for 50 years on its road to progress. Now more than ever, here we are. And here we will remain, firm in our commitment of being the development bank of Latin America.
5 reasons why I love my auntie. 1. I think she's made of magic. Not sure if it's Black Girl or Obia, but I know she on a different wavelength, the way she could. Her way to rain cloud from miles away. She don't need Sigoni to show she rain when she sees thunderstorms in treeways too. She always knows what to say. Her lips carry symphonies similar to Shakespearean sonnets such as, "Hey, your mother say you can touch that or "When I'm dead, then you're gonna listen." Because my auntie knows pain. Only a woman like her could bring any man to his knees. We call her Tropical Storm, the way she uproots her ex-men from the family tree 3. I feel everybody have an auntie living foreign. One who find out one island living boring, so she crossed Atlantic and Caribbean seas for new countries to experience Hurricane Tanti. Though Canada was too cold for Sandy, Maria had fun in Dominica. They weren't expecting her on the scene, but she definitely made the 2017. Flora had her dream going away party in Trinbago. She chose killer parties, though I don't think 24 attendees knew that. They're probably in one big group chat, plotting the only remittance they given their hard head cheering is a reality check. If she wills to make the child respect the village that raised her, she'll have no problem to wreck and pillage the village, when it rains, it pours. But isn't that what Auntie's for? If these women didn't bring hell's fury forth, then who else will we be waiting for? I mean, if Auntie decides to parang by we for a change, would God still be a Trini? Would we stay bold as Auntie blows away the upholstery we fail to uphold? Auntie too nice to we. Always sparing Trinidad the rod and giving our brothers wee licks. But she nice for what? If they want to persist, blows through chances 1 to 6. God, we've been ducking this cocktail for years. But if the only way we learn is when Auntie mangles the place, then what's next should be good for both Ganda and Drake. She could pander and fake and lie and say everything's fine. But it's no use standing idly by when it's her nephew high in the sky 5. If we fail to plan, then we plan to fail. We can't bucket and pail and wail to get bailed out again. We've been blind for too long. We wrong for not listening to Auntie Irma, Maria, Katrina. We can confirm and see a trend for what is to come, but we jamming still. Well, will we stay blind when the galvanized roof fall in our garden? When it's we Auntie, we embalming, will we stop being so hardened? Even if we can't smell the rain, we can plan for it. We have the opportunity now, let's take it. Have a first aid kit, water, canned foods ready, as simple as a tin of cricks. Lay the bricks, plant the foundation, fortify yourself so when Auntie pop out, we don't get hit for. 6. My Auntie knows how to deal with children, husbands, and hurricanes. Somehow she finds a way to stand tall. Even when Peter pays for Paul, she's prepared for all, so she's not scared when even the mighty kneel. We need to start listening to our aunties. Because who do here?
Stop your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This country so colorful and truly diverse. We're doing our best to put TNT first. Youth success through advancement, we encourage. We proudly supporting the rich cultural heritage, promoting development in the sporting arena, and empowering women for equality of gender. We sustaining the environment and strengthening the society. First citizens helping paint a brighter TNT. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
Some of the most special things in life take time to come to fruition. And when they do, the rewards can enrich lives for generations to come. The wait is so worth it. Contact the UTC today and get growing.
In the blink of an eye, the world changed forever.
El gobierno dará a conocer en las próximas horas una serie de medidas sanitarias y económicas para seguir enfrentando la pandemia.
Una reunión con el presidente, el jefe de gobierno.
A global crisis of unprecedented proportions, from which no country has escaped. In Latin America, we have faced many challenging times, some more difficult than others. But today, we all understand that solidarity is our biggest strength. "50 years ago, CAF was created with a mission. 5 Andean countries united to promote sustainable development and regional integration, thus improving quality of life and boosting productivity. Today, we are composed by 19 countries and account for over 600 million people. And despite the distance and the barriers that separate us, we must work more united than ever, because only together we will succeed. The world will not be the same, but now we have the opportunity to build an even better one, a more harmonious, cleaner, and efficient planet. And for the challenges that lie ahead, at CAF, we want to say 3 words. Here we are. To build together a region of opportunities communities, especially for the most vulnerable ones, with infrastructure that improves quality of life and increases connectivity. A region of vibrant cities, of entrepreneurs and businesses committed to their communities, of societies respectful with a natural world that we all share and must care for. At CAF, we have walked along a region for 50 years on its road to progress. Now more than ever, here we are. And here we will remain, firm in our commitment of being the development bank of Latin America.
Okay, we're back. Thank you all so much for staying with us so far. This is going to be the second tertiary debate, but unfortunately, this is going to be the last debate of the evening. So I don't have any parting words for y'all, so let's just get right into it. This debate is going to be between the University of the West Indies Team B versus the University of the Southern Caribbean. And the University of the West Indies is for the motion, while the University of the Southern Caribbean are against the motion. So I'll start with the introductions for Team B. We'll start with Elon Bullard. Elon Bullard is a third-year student of the University of the West Indies, pursuing a degree in information technology with minors in communication studies and in management studies. He is passionate about music and is a tech enthusiast. As a member of the Association of Debating and Public Speaking, where he currently serves as the Chief Events Officer. His hobbies include martial arts, fitness, cooking, eating, listening to music, and watching series of anime. His favorite quote comes from the Seventh-day Adventist pioneer, Ellen G. White, which says, "Higher than the highest human thought is God's ideal for his children." Next, we have Aishwarya Maharaj. Aishwarya Maharaj is currently an undergraduate student pursuing her Bachelor of Medicine at the University of the West Indies. She is an active member of her faculty with a recent appointment as treasurer of the Student Activities Committee branch of the Medical Sciences Student Council. She possesses an avid interest in research and current affairs, as she believes that continuous edification is paramount in becoming a competent debater. When she isn't having enthusiastic discussions with her fellow comrades, she can be found managing her very own business, Airy Web Designs. Aishwarya hopes to one day become a triple threat in the fields of medicine, debate, and website design. Lastly, rounding off the University of the West Indies Team B, we have Cale Sylvester. Cale Sylvester is currently in his final year at the University of the West Indies, pursuing a bachelor's in civil engineering. In his past academic year, he served as the Civil Engineering Department representative and now sees debating as a way to express his views. He also believes in the concept, less is more, and simple but effective. Additionally, Cale enjoys watching educational documentaries as he considers himself a lifelong learner. Now moving on to the team representing the University of the Southern Caribbean, we have Gusham Bing. Gusham Bing is currently a final year student of business administration at the University of the Southern Caribbean. Gusham Bing has made a lifelong commitment to the development of youth in and around his community and the wider Caribbean region. He is the founder of an event management and youth entertainment platform and has been deeply engaged with the Love Until Foundation, which helps youth from impoverished backgrounds and difficult socioeconomic situations. Next, we have Carrie Ann Gibbs. Carrie Ann Gibbs is 26 years of age and is a goal-driven, family-oriented student at USC. Her hobbies are listening to music, reading books, and playing video games. And finally, we have Anthony Patron. Anthony Patron is a Year 2 student at the University of the Southern Caribbean, currently pursuing the BBA in management. He is an avid reader with a love of football. His hobbies include hiking, swimming, and gaming. So now that we know the who, let's get to the what. So as all the debates prior have gone, we will have the first proposition speaker who will have 8 minutes with an alarm going at the first minute, 7th minute, and the last minute, which will be followed by 2 minutes for points of information. And the same rules go for the first opposition speaker who goes after them. Next, we have the second proposition speaker who will have 6 minutes with indications going from the first minute, 5th minute, and the last minute, followed by the 2 minutes for points of information, which will be followed by the second opposition speaker with the same 6 minutes and 2 minutes for points of information. Next, we will have the opposition summary presentation, which will go for 4 minutes with no points of information following, as will the proposition summary presentation, which follows the opposition. And in case I didn't say before, the topic for this debate will be it resolved that resources are efficiently allocated towards treatment of mental health issues in Caribbean SIDs. I'll repeat that one more time. Be it resolved that resources are efficiently allocated towards treatment of mental health issues in Caribbean SIDs. So now, without any further ado, we'll take it to our first proposition speaker. They will have 8 minutes, and whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Nice. Honorable judges, members of the opposition, yes, good day to you all. We are here to debate the motion, be it resolved that resources are efficiently allocated towards the treatment of mental health issues in Caribbean small island development states, of which we are in solid agreement. We believe that resources are efficiently allocated towards the treatment of mental health issues. Before I divulge into the content, please allow me to provide some context to the definition of the terms associated with the motion. The Caribbean small island development states, henceforth the SIDS, according to the United Nations, are a group of fragile countries that suffer unique social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities and limits. Efficiently, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, means working or operating in an organized, quick, and effective way. In this instance, the motion addresses that the SIDS are making the most of its resources through allocative efficiency and is operating in a fashion that is representative of the amount of input that is given to the various mental healthcare systems throughout the SIDS. Mental diseases or issues, according to the American Psychiatric Association, are mental health conditions that cause changes in emotion, thinking, or behavior, or a combination of these things. Distress and/or issues functioning in a social, job, or family activity are common causes of mental diseases. And finally, resources can be defined as a useful or valuable possession or attribute of a country, organization, or individual, according to the Cambridge English Dictionary. And for the context of this debate, we will be including factors such as human, infrastructural, and economic resources in the aid of mental health issues among small island developing states. As the introductory speaker, I will be outlining the baseline argument that the Caribbean SIDS are doing all in their power to aid with the issues of mental health in their populations. Our rebuttal speaker will bring out the highlights of our argument, outlining the differences between developed countries' mental health care infrastructure and that of the SIDS, whilst also refuting the claims of the opposition. Concluding will be our summary speaker, who will be banding all of our claims and major points together and expressing them in a condensed manner. My first point, the SIDS are economically disadvantaged and have many facilities and resources put in place for mental health care. The Caribbean SIDS are plagued with several developmental issues, such as small economies that are heavily dependent on a few main sources of income that are reliant on market trends such as tourism, spices and agriculture, or oil and natural gas. The point being that the economies of the SIDS are highly vulnerable, but despite the volatile monetary resources to these countries, literally every one of the 16 countries outlined by the WHO AIMS report on mental health systems in the Caribbean offer treatment for various mental health issues. Madam Chair and Mr. Speaker, how can my goodly opponents of the prestigious USC even begin to consider that these systems put in place to aid the deterioration of mental well-being are not efficient, when several of these countries offer free medication, have several mental health outpatient facilities, and even 8 out of the 16 countries outlined have mental health policies put in place by the individual governing bodies? My second point, resources are not just economical. The human resource is the #1 factor in raising awareness of mental health, issues that plague the SIDS. In the past 2 years, there have been many attempts in raising awareness of the state of mental health issues in the Caribbean. In 2020, the Caribbean Public Health Agency and countries across the region celebrated Caribbean Wellness Day. The annual event was geared at increasing awareness and promoting activities to address non-communicable diseases, including mental health. For example, in Trinidad and Tobago, since the onset of COVID-19, awareness for the mental state of being of individuals, especially that of students, has been highlighted through many various outlets. And if I recall, Madam Speaker, even the School of Social Sciences at the University of the Southern Caribbean, in recognition of World Mental Health Day, hosted a virtual program on Monday, October 11, 2021. The program focused on creating psychosocial awareness, stigmatization of mental illnesses, mental and intellectual disability, the elderly, and the future of mental health in the Caribbean. I think that's a lot. Madam Speaker and Mr. Speaker, even my opponents have allocated their human resource in a rather efficient way by hosting this program virtually for the eyes of 411 persons to bear witness to. But anyway, according to each of the ministries of education posted in 10 of these 16 SIDs, there's some kind of school counseling services available to students in secondary level education provided by the government and all other SIDS. According to independent study, there are counseling services available tailored for students and youth privately. As we speak, these services are becoming more and more streamlined for students to take full advantage of mental health care in schools. The human resource for mental health issues is present and working in all of the SIDS. Madam Speaker and Mr. Speaker, did you even know that low-level medical professionals throughout the SIDS are trained in some capacity to deal with persons diagnosed with some type of mental illness? Mental health is also incorporated into the undergraduate training program of nurses. When it is that even the primary level of healthcare personnel are trained in identifying the various mental illnesses that they might come across in a hospital facility, it spells a very different and high level of efficiency of the human resource allocation. Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, even my opponents across the aisle in the wonderful Valley of Maracas St. Joseph have a nursing program that is renowned throughout the entire Caribbean and has an entire course lectured by the head of Trinidad and Tobago's Nurses Association, David Murphy, who teaches the up-and-coming nurses about psychiatric mental health, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia and schizophrenia spectrum, depression, and even things as abstract as famous people with mental illnesses. I ask all of those in attendance, how much more efficient would you like to see human resources being allocated to the cause of mental health issues if basic persons, foot soldiers if you will, are training to help those in medical distress and are capable of identifying and helping those suffering from mental illnesses straight out from secondary school? How much more efficient? My third and last point, each country has a different metric that it aspires to achieve. There's no international standard to see that there's an efficient allocation of mental health. And if so, that is non-existent. Without acknowledging that there's no standard currently, as every country is seeking to spend more and raise more awareness and increase the results of mental health care facilities by providing faster and better treatment for patients, there are different metrics for efficiency. Some might be partnerships with local communities and outreach on non-clinical needs, the suitability of services, accessibility to persons of different backgrounds, acceptances of services by patients, ability
1 minute remaining.
To provide services. There are two types, listen carefully, there are two types of perceived efficiency at play here that can definitely be misconstrued. There's allocative efficiency, which is when citizens' mental health care reflects the private marginal cost of the product put forward, which the SIDS are said to allocate efficiently in terms of the motion put forward. And then there's productive efficiency, when a company combines resources in such a way that it can create particular output at the lowest possible average cost. That is productive efficiency. Our stance on the motion is that the first definition is true, which is be it resolved that resources are efficiently allocated, and I repeat, allocated towards the treatment of mental health issues in Caribbean small island development states. There's not a single place I know on this earth that thinks their mental health care is producing enough in terms of their results of treatment. I think that we will always want more and we will want better and better. I challenge the opposition to find a single country internationally that believes their efficiency is sufficient and enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon Bullard. Now I will give the opposition a time to respond to any points of information.
Yes, we have a point of information for the University.
Okay.
I accept.
Okay, so Elan, you accept? Okay. Yes, you go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my respectful opposition, thanks for taking my question. Also, thanks for the compliments to the University of the Southern Caribbean and highlighting the work that we have done. You highlighted free healthcare and a number of facilities provided, especially in Trinidad and Tobago. So let me ask you this. Trinidad has 1.8 physicians per 100,000 persons. Do you think that's efficient?
My friends across the aisle, you're doing the same thing that I just spoke about. You're speaking about productive efficiency. And what we are speaking about is the allocative efficiency. That might not be enough, but as it pertains to what we have and what we are allocating towards mental health care, there's so much that we need to do, but at the same time, there's not much that we have. So in the context of everything that's going on in the world right now, in the case of COVID-19, there's so much that we could do that we cannot do, that we are not able to do, but we still are trying our best. And that is what I'm speaking about. That is what we, based on the motion, are speaking about. Allocative efficiency. You all are talking about productive efficiency. Thank you.
Efficient.
Are there any more points of information to raise?
Yes, there are. I would also like to raise a point of information.
I accept.
Elon, yes, you go ahead.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, would you? I am curious as to what percentage. My respected opponent make mention of a percentage of primary level health officials have received training in mental health. I'm curious as to what that percentage actually is. Is it that all primary healthcare workers have received mental health training?
Okay, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chair, I find this rather humorous that the prestigious University of the Southern Caribbean, who is internationally renowned and has many persons coming in from the entire Caribbean, coming in to learn about different things and then learning about mental health illnesses. It might
Sorry,
not be.
I have to cut you off there.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, just a note that I've noticed. With respect to raising points of information, I've seen that some people go over time. So just to circumvent this, for people responding and to the people who are asking, please try to be brief and please try to be efficient. If we have time to answer everything, we need to use the time as best as possible. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to the first opposition speaker in USC. They will have 8 minutes. Opposition speaker, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Pleasant good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, panel of judges, my fellow opponents, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start off by shedding a little light on an important definition, and that is what is the definition of efficient and allocation. According to Collins Dictionary, efficient is when someone is able to do tasks successfully without wasting time or energy, and allocation is an amount of something that is used for a particular purpose. Therefore, efficient allocation from an economic perspective is a characteristic of a well-planned market where capital is assigned in a way that is most beneficial to the parties involved. Ladies and gentlemen, if resources are being allocated to mental health, but persons are unable to access or utilize it, we can clearly say that resources are not efficiently allocated towards mental health in the Caribbean SIDs. And my colleagues and I stand firm on this notion. Mr. Chairman, I just want to touch on 2 resources in conjunction with our stance in this debate. And these are 1, the capital resources, and 2, the financial resources. Firstly, let's speak on the capital resources. As mentioned in the World Health Organization's report on mental health, the total number of mental health hospitals, day treatment facilities, and community-based inpatient units are 11, 15, and 18 respectively. Let me reiterate the points that I just made. There are 11 mental health hospitals, 15 day treatment facilities, and 18 community-based inpatient units. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in comparison to the developed country of the United Kingdom, which holds a number of 54 National Health Service trusts and a staggering 21 independent locations. We in the Caribbean are developing states, and we strive to be like these already developed countries. Why is it that what these countries are doing for mental health, we cannot? Mr. Chairman, my colleagues and I believe that if we strive so much to be like them, we need to stop half-stepping the mental issues that are experienced to this day. Let's look at another Caribbean island to reinforce my statement. Barbados holds a number of 1 mental hospital, 1 community-based inpatient unit, and 0 day treatment facilities. My opponents might tell you that we may not have the finances because we are small islands, but what I am here to tell you today is that these funds can be efficiently allocated with mental health in mind. Which leads me to my second resource this afternoon, the financial resource. Barbados, fondly considered as a high-income country, allocated 7% of their total health budget to mental hospitals. You may be wondering, with the information given previously, where did this 7% go, or how much is it financially? I'll let you know now that approximately $30 million was the estimated budget for hospital services with psychiatric hospitals as the sub-program. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is, a perfect example of mental health being pushed to the side. Need I say more to defend rather, my stance and that of my colleagues, which is that resources are inefficiently allocated towards treatment of mental health issues in the Caribbean SIDs. After hearing these statistics and financial facts, ladies and gentlemen, I know that your eyes are open to the truth. Aside from inefficient allocation to mental health, studies have shown also in WHO's report on mental health that very few persons are aware of themselves having a mental health problem or even have the necessary provisions, ladies and gentlemen, to seek medical assistance. And this is amounted to a shocking 60%. Why is this so? This is because of 2 main reasons. Reason 1, poverty. There are a lot of persons living amongst us in the Caribbean and by extension the world who do not have the finances to go to these private and public facilities, whether they are free or not. They do not have the money to carry them to and for to these facilities. And reason 2, discrimination. There are a lot of people, as I said before, who live amongst us, who are afraid to go to these psychiatrists because they do not want to be judged based off of their situation or whatever they are going through. I also want to point out that there are issues such as schizophrenia and eating disorders that can lead to depression, and also issues that can derive from depression such as self-harm or even drastic measures such as suicide or death. What is more surprising is that WHO, in cooperation with PAHO, predicted that in 2017, there would have been a 50% increase of persons suffering with mental health. Who are these people? Well, these persons are approximately 1 in every 4 persons in the Caribbean SIDs collectively, which is 25% of our population. As I said previously, Barbados allocated 7% of their health budget towards mental hospitals. Mr. Chairman, does this sound like efficient allocation? As we all should know, ladies and gentlemen, mental health, yes, mental health
1 minute
has
remaining.
the attention of the World Bank and others, given its economic impact, such as the direct and indirect losses due to mental health illnesses, and this exceeds 4% of the global GDP. As I close, I just want to urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to sit back and relax as my colleagues will elaborate more educational music to your ears, as it is our intention to expose the situation for what it really is, and that is, be it resolved that resources are inefficiently allocated towards treatment of mental health issues in Caribbean, small island developing states. I thank you.
My thanks to the first opposition speaker from the University of the Southern Caribbean. Now I will give the University of the West Indies Team B a chance to respond with any points of information.
Have a point of information.
USC, do you accept or refuse? I'm sorry, I think you were muted while you gave your response.
Sorry, I accept.
Okay, Elon, go ahead.
Right. So I noticed that you were quoting a lot of figures and statistics based off of the economic side of things. You're not necessarily looking at all the other resources that can be allocated to mental health care. You're stating these things, but I'm nowhere hearing anywhere where you are saying that they are human resources, they are infrastructural resources, and even in the ones that you have stated, you have not acknowledged the fact that despite these things, we are also impoverished. So we have certain levels of like you said, we have a declining in the economic activity right now. But then you're also stating that these things should be better. We should have more of these facilities. But where should we get these allocations from?
I want to thank my opponent for this question. Need I remind you that we are debating the efficient allocation, right? As I did mention, I talked about the capital resources, and I also made mention of the financial resources. And if you need more information in the human resource department, my colleague has more information that could give you more information in that aspect.
Okay, are there any more points of information? Okay, with my eye on the time, I believe we can move straight into the second proposition speaker, who will be represented by the University of the West Indies Team B. So second proposition speaker, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Madam Speaker, before I begin my debate, I just want to congratulate my introductory speaker for really demonstrating what an introductory speech is supposed to sound like. Because the opposition wants to sit here and pontificate that resources are not efficiently allocated in SIDS, but based on the Collins Dictionary definition of efficiency and allocation. But we know, based on the statistical evidence, the comprehensive definitions from case studies and dissertations that my introductory speaker has provided, this is not the case. According to the UNDP, small island developing states, SIDS, in the Caribbean have an economy primarily centered on a fluctuating finite resource, such as tourism. Therefore, based on this fact, when we consider the efficient allocation of resources as defined by my introductory speaker, SIDS do in fact fit this criteria because they allocate resources based on what they're able to give. We must keep in mind that the majority of the SIDS are nations with a small population, which lack the research, the technology, the human resource, the funding available to these developed nations. Therefore, it is absolutely preposterous that the opposition can come before us here today and try and skew the data being presented by drawing comparisons between these large developed countries and the SIDS in the Caribbean. But if they so want to draw comparisons, let me just remind them that 0.16% of the 2022 US budget was allocated to mental health, compared to an average of 4.3% that Caribbean SIDS spent on mental health. I make reference to the Caribbean SIDS cited by my introductory speaker, in which all 40 nations referenced since 2012 are able to freely access psychotropic medicine. 13 out of 14 nations are able to access free mental health care and have existing mental health legislations. 10 out of 14 countries cited have at least one mental hospital. 9 out of 14 nations have existing mental health disaster awareness plans. In comparison, an article by Reuters.com stated that Americans are spending more out-of-pocket money on mental health services despite having insurance because medical coverage is so difficult to receive. Further research showed that in 2019, around 56% of adults with mental illness did not receive healthcare in the US. Furthermore, in the UK, yes, the NHS offers free mental health care. However, the public often suffers from waiting lists, fluctuating government funding, and quite often severe budget cuts. But I suppose this is still superior to the US system, where access to care depends on a sick person's ability to pay, and patients are at the mercy of their medical insurance companies. Another point that the opposition argues is that mental health is not treated seriously, and resources are not efficiently allocated because various other sectors receive more funding and therefore take priority. But I just want to reiterate that despite fluctuations in our economy, there is always an allocation towards the mental health sector because governments recognize its importance. And let me remind you, the biggest budget allocation in these Caribbean SIDS after education is health. And according to the 1948 World Health Organization's definition of health, which states that health is complete physical, social, and mental well-being, not merely the absence of disease, one can argue that any allocation made towards the health sector is an allocation towards mental health because mental health cannot be taken in isolation from the physical. This definition has proven to be of utmost importance, especially in light of the pandemic, which had an adverse effect on the mental health of all individuals around the globe, not just in Caribbean SIDS. Now, Madam Speaker, the opposition wants to argue that the stigma surrounding mental health is one of the reasons that resources are not efficiently allocated in Caribbean SIDS. However, this is a frivolous statement not based on evidence, because if the opposition were objective in their research, they would see that a stigma is prevalent worldwide, developed and developing nations alike, and this does not have an impact on the efficient allocations of resources in the Caribbean SIDS. In 2021, 9 out of 10 individuals with mental health problems in the UK say that a stigma and discrimination have negatively affected their lives. In addition, in the US, approximately 12.6% said they did not receive care because their neighbors or community might have a negative opinion, and it might also negatively impact their job. And in general, only 7% of people in developed countries think that it is possible to overcome mental illness. Now, I know that was a lot of statistics, and I hope the opposition did not get confused about the countries I was referencing. My focus is primarily on the Caribbean SIDS. However, I had to draw a comparison between these developed nations because the opposing team is making it seem as though only Caribbean SIDS have a stigma against mental health, which affects the efficient allocation of resources to the mental health sector, when the evidence is right in front of us, Madam Speaker. It absolutely does not. Madam Speaker, it is easy to say that the Caribbean SIDS do not take mental health seriously, that resources are not efficiently allocated to this sector, but the opposition has not answered the burning question of what really is efficient allocation, because from the evidence that the proposition has presented so far, it appears to me that the Caribbean seems a lot more proactive when dealing with mental health compared to the US and the UK. And of course, more can be done in terms of treating mental illness. And in a perfect world, no one would have mental illness because greater strides would be taken in this sector to minimize these occurrences. But Madam Speaker, this is not a perfect world. And based on the evidence presented, the Caribbean SIDS do in fact efficiently allocate resources to the mental health sector based on what they have. The proposition stands in firm and unwavering resolution of the motion proposed. And with that, Madam Speaker, the proposition rests.
Thank you, Ashwarya. Now, if the University of the South Caribbean have any points of information, this is the time to raise them.
Yes, we have a point of information.
Ashwarya, do you accept? Yes, you go ahead.
Yes, my respected opponent. You have spent approximately 3 minutes talking about the United States.
Is his video sticking or is it my side?
Yes, on that. Now let me ask you my question. You give a definition.
Excuse me, USC. I feel we had some technical difficulties there. Could you repeat your question?
Repeat it. You hear me now?
We hear you now.
Right. So she spoke about the United States of America. About 3 minutes about the United States of America, and that is not what we are here to speak about. We are here to speak about small island developing states. United States could probably well be inefficient as well. She gave a definition of health. My question is, your definition of health, we are speaking about mental health. Can you tell us how much of the budget was catered for mental health? You spoke about health, which has a lot of things. Tell us about mental health, and if you think it's efficient.
My worthy opponent, thank you so much for the question. Now, to address the first part where you said I spoke about the US, I referenced the US because your introductory speaker also made mention to the US and UK and drew comparisons between those nations and the Caribbean SIDS to make it seem as though we are the only countries that have a stigma, we are the only countries that do not allocate, that you perceive do not allocate our funds efficiently. But according to the introductory speaker and the information that I have presented, we in fact do. Secondly, the definition of health, which I referenced from the World Health Organization, which has been the basis that has been used in this pandemic, because this pandemic has not only affected physical health, but mental health is clearly relevant up to now. And I specifically stated that you cannot look at it in isolation. Health is not just merely the absence of disease, but also physical, social, and mental health. This definition has been used by the CDC, the World Health Organization, even our very own Dr. Paris references this definition of health in his addresses to the nation. So how is it that you can sit here and isolate the social, mental, and physical as if they are separate aspects? Any allocation made towards health is an allocation made towards mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwarya. Thank you for USC. Unfortunately, we do not have any more time for points of information, so we will now pass it straight over to the second opposition speaker who will represent the University of the Southern Caribbean. USC, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, panel of judges, my worthy opponents, my esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you here this afternoon. We are here, and I am here to not only reiterate and reinforce my colleagues' point that resources are in fact inefficiently allocated towards the treatment of mental health in Caribbean, SWAHA, and developing states, but also to rebut the ridiculous fallacies that the opposition may try to push forward in which they state that these resources are efficiently allocated. The opponent made mention of counseling services for secondary schools. But what he failed to mention is that there is in fact one counselor for every 5 secondary schools, for every 5 schools in Trinidad and Tobago. That is 1 counselor for 5 schools. Does that seem like an efficient allocation of resources? We also made mention of the human resource aspect, in which there is an estimated 1.8 psychiatrists per 100,000 population in Trinidad and Tobago. And the number of psychologists are similar, with Trinidad and Tobago Association of Psychologists reporting 37 members. To put into perspective of how resources can be more efficiently allocated, in the European region, there are approximately 20 per every 100,000. Now, this stands to show, this stands to show that what the Caribbean region should aspire to, 1.8 per 100,000 is not enough. 2 persons for every 100,000 persons is not enough. I wouldn't even say 20 is enough, but it is still better than 2 persons for every 100,000, which shows a more efficient allocation of resources. My respected opponents also made a lot of mention about the US in her comparison, but she also failed to mention that the US lacks a proper form of nationalized healthcare. So many of their health expenses are out of pocket, because she made mention that many of their mental health expenses come out of pocket. Many of all US health expenses come out of pocket. In the Caribbean and many small island developing states, health is free. So we need to concentrate on the budgetary allocation and funds that are allocated by the government towards mental health, rather than the disparity in the United States. my opponent also challenged me to find a country in which they are satisfied with their mental health issues. I would like to read an excerpt from Psychiatry Online based off of Switzerland, a country within the European Union. This excerpt states, the Swiss mental health care system provides broad and comprehensive coverage for all residents with readily available inpatient and ambulatory capacity. Psychiatric patients are among the most vulnerable populations, and the Swiss model ensures that appropriate mental health services, a high density of psychiatric inpatient care, and mental health care providers, all while making it affordable. This is an example of the model that small island Caribbean states in small island developing states in the Caribbean should follow. They should strive to have they should strive to have readily available inpatient care and ambulatory capacity. I recall reading in the budget that it's only now legislation is being drafted to train persons who may be first responders to gain psychiatric care. That does not show efficient allocation. This should have been put in place far, far, far before. Financially, if you'd like to look from a financial perspective, Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados are two of the highest GDP per capita earners in the Caribbean, bringing in approximately $15,000 per capita. So why is it that, in terms of spending, only 2.4% and 5.6% is being spent on health? That is $360 for Trinidad and Tobago and $860 on average for Barbados spent on health per person per year. And that is for all services, not just mental health. So then tell me, what monetary allocation is there towards mental health? Is $360 per person enough? Is $860 per person enough? Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you today, no, it is not.
1 minute remaining.
It is not enough. I would also like to speak on, very quickly, very briefly, on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been a major purveyor of mental health issues in recent time. Ladies and gentlemen, question yourselves, ask yourselves how you have felt during this period. Ask yourself what resources were made available to you. Yes, awareness was raised, awareness about mental health issues, but what resources, and we are talking about human resources, financial resources, and infrastructure resources are put forward there for us to use. To conclude, I would just like to restate and just to say that, as we can all see, resources cannot and are not efficiently allocated towards the treatment of health in Caribbean, small island developing states. Thank you, and I rest my case.
Thank you, USC. Are there any points of information that UWI would like to raise?
I would like to raise.
No.
Who wants to go first?
Go fast.
Okay. So you said, so first and foremost,
excuse me, Ashwarya, before you start, USC, do you accept Ashwarya's point of information? Ashwarya, go ahead.
So first and foremost, our speech is based on the premise of allocative efficiency, which is what we allocate resources efficiently based on what we have. But you mentioned Europe has a gold standard and that we should aspire towards being like countries like Europe. But only 7% of people in these developed countries believe mental health is treatable. The UK NHS healthcare system experienced severe budget cuts and fluctuating funding. And in Trinidad and Tobago, we have our very own free healthcare system, free medical system. In majority of the SIDs, healthcare is free, medicine is free, there's a legislator put in place. So what really are you trying to say? Because you mentioned that is what we should do, because Switzerland apparently has inpatient facilities that are free, but we also have the same thing here in the SIDs.
My respected opponent, thank you. I'd like to reiterate and restate that we are discussing and debating the inefficient allocation of resources towards treatment. And to respond to your question, these resources are, excuse me, I made mention of Switzerland to state that this is the standard that we should portray and push forward to, because in Trinidad and Tobago, we all know we all know of our medical system. We all know what we have access to. We all know that in many hospitals there are a lack of beds, there are a lack of resources. I even spoke about 1.8 psychiatrists per 100,000 population. So even though, yes, we have all this and it is free and it is available, what persons are there or what resources are there for people to actually use? We can't say, I could say that Mount Hope, for example, is free to go too. But if there are no doctors in Mount Hope to take care of me, I am free to go.
But there's a mental hospital available to treat mentally ill patients.
Time's up, sis. Time's up.
Joel, you are muted.
Oh, my apologies, everyone. So we are going to go to the opposition summary presentation, who is going to take 4 minutes, and there will be no points of information for either the opposition or proposition summary presentation. So USC, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, judges, Mr. Chairman, and my respected opponents, pleasant good evening. You have heard the contributions from both sides concerning this topic, but my job now at this very moment in time is to cement and further drive home what my colleagues and I have been saying, that inefficient funds are allocated towards the treatment of mental health in the Caribbean, small island, and developing states. Now let me summarize it for you. Now follow me. Number one, financial allocation from government. And yes, we're talking money. As the Bible says, money answering all things after God. And if you need a reference for that, you can check Ecclesiastes 10:19. Let's move on. With little to no funding, as my colleague said, how can we conduct necessary research? How can we apply and develop current treatment and construct modern facilities, my dear opponents? This is of utmost importance. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand that mental health, the person's mind, is the central processing unit for the body. So if that isn't working at optimum level, then you could be how physically fit, it would be of no use. Mr. Chairman, I just gave It's alarmingly growing mental health with persons that suffer. My colleagues have stated during this COVID pandemic, which has spanned over approximately 2 years, that 41% more, as stated by the KFF health tracking poll, has increased. And yet still these territories, these small island state territories, have made little or no improvement in dealing with mental health issues in these Caribbean states. My opponents will come. They will come because they are a bit witty, but they will come and say that COVID was an anomaly and we strapped for cash. But let's not be caught off guard. Mental health issues has been the bastard child of the Caribbean health sector for quite some time. And I will even go as far to say that the Caribbean is forever behind these developed countries in sectors such as innovation, infrastructure, and entrepreneurship, and now mental health. So I don't know what dream my respectful and witty opponents come here to sell, but it would not be sold on USC's watch. We are on point, we are on key, and we are closed for sale. No dream sold here. As the young people say, sell nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are saying that the youth are our future. But if we do not act like that, how are we to live by that standard? My colleagues have shown you extensively over a period of this discourse that the inefficient resources are located to the treatment of mental health in the Caribbean states. Now imagine this, and they said it a couple of times, 2 psychiatrists per 100,000 person. You do the maths, 2 psychiatrists per 100,000 person. Here next start again, 1 guidance counselor per 500 secondary schools. Now let me break it down for you now. That's 2,500 persons per 1 counselor. Now that is practically impossible. But seeing that you want to play bright, let me deal with you again now. If you want to play best worker as a counselor and you want to take on the side, you want to take that 2,500, I can assure you, you would suffer from some mental health. But my question to you, based
1
on
minute
the
remaining
and the facts that we have provided, where you're getting that mental health from? You tell me, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Mental health also affects economic productivity. As the president from the World Bank said, we need to be economic productive, and mental health curtails that. Now, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen, my respected opponents, I have shown you without a shadow of a doubt that resources are in fact inefficiently allocated towards the treatment of mental health in these Caribbean states. But before I go, I would like to leave you with a profound statement. Scary, but profound. and I hope it stays with you even after this debate, and especially to my respected opponents. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Simply meaning, in relation to this topic, we as developing nations cannot just talk about what we want to do or what actions we want to take, but we must take them.
Time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, University of the Southern Caribbean, not only your summary speaker, but your whole team. Thank you very much. And now we would like to pass it off to the proposition summary speaker of the University of the West Indies, Team B. So, summary speaker, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
A pleasant good afternoon. All protocols observed. With a proposition in full support of the motion, be it resolved that resources are efficiently allocated towards the treatment of mental health issues in Caribbean SIDS. The hypocrisy is real as the opposition criticizes us on using developed nations, yet they go on to do the same. Madam Chair, the opposition has come here speaking claims that resources are mainly financially based, but let me remind you of why that kind of thinking is fundamentally flawed. Madam Chair, the small island development states, which I will refer as SIDS from now on, are disadvantaged, yet still efficiently allocate resources to mental health treatment. Currently, we are in a pandemic which has largely slowed business in our tourism revenue. And on top of that, we are susceptible to natural disasters like hurricanes and earthquakes, where funds constantly have to be resorted to recovery efforts just for our own survival. Yet despite such setbacks, the Caribbean SIDS have shown resilience and are still able to provide mental health services. So much so that it has even worked better than some developed nations, and my colleagues stated previously. We can only use what is available to us, and what is there is being used to maximize its function. Secondly, we see resources not just in terms of economics like the opposition. Given the times, the human resource has been crucial. The human resource has been present. The human resource has been working, as my colleague stated, since we are seeing rising awareness. This can be seen with the Caribbean Public Health Agency, also known as CAFA, on World Wellness Day, being one of many events that we have had. Even undergraduate programs of nurses have a component where they are trained in mental health identification. Younger students have not been forgotten either, as we constantly hear conversations on their well-being, especially during this time of online learning, Madam Speaker. Even before the pandemic, we see that 10 out of the 14 SIDS have placed counselors in schools. Additionally, one must remember the luxury that we have in the region of free, as I said, free mental health care to its citizens. Madam Chair, each nation has a different metric on how to achieve efficient allocation. Therefore, there's no standard way to measure efficiency. The stigma on this issue is a worldwide thing, hence the awareness, as was previously stated, comes into play. And per capita, we see the UK having fewer facilities to handle these patients, while persons in the US, they could barely afford the medicine they need to treat mental health issues, even though they could have insurance. However, the SIDS, on the other hand, have improved accessibility by having outpatient clinics in communities, making it easier for patients to get the basic needed treatment of free medicine and counseling, which is the two major treatments of mental health issues. We don't live in a perfect world,
1 minute
and instead
remaining.
we have used the resources that have been available to us efficiently. Madam Chair, on wrapping up, the SIDS has shown that we are proactive in our efficient allocation of mental health resources. This is due to us having little resources to begin with, resources not just being economical, and each nation having a different metric that is being used. And based on this information, Madam Speaker, we the proposition are in full support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil Sylvester, and thank you to the University of the West Indies, Team B, for all the arguments you presented. Now, this draws to a close the end of debate 4, and I would also like to pass power to Maya Joseph, who will guide you through a few more games while the judges deliberate.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shani Hutchinson, and I am the Secretary of the Economic Society of the University of the West Indies, and I will be hosting the games today. Okay, there are a short series of games such as What You Know, Finish the Lyric, and Who Am I, attached to a virtual wheel, which you will spin in order to select which game we'll play. Once the game is selected, I'll ask the questions, and whoever types the correct answer the quickest will gain a point. Falmani will be responsible for tallying the scores and announce the person with the most correct answers. There are prizes to be won, so good luck, everyone. Okay, and finish the lyrics. All right, please remember to type your answers in the chats. It is correct. All right, let's go. So Shanika John will get that point. And we're spinning the wheel. Ooh. Okay, finish the lyric again. All right. Okay, and that's okay. We remember we need the lyrics to the lyrics that are coming next. So you can't suggest a Savannah Grass. You have to see the lyric that is coming next. So yes, it's Savannah Grass, but what's the lyric that comes next? All right, we out on the road. Okay, we all on the ground. So who has we all on the ground first? Is it Amanda? It seems as if Amanda said we all on the ground first. All right. Okay, let's spin again. This real like it's biased towards finish the lyrics. Finish the lyrics again.
Hey, hey, start it now. Hey, let we do it now. Step forward, I move forward. I step forward. Everybody, alle, 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 alle. It's time to get up and start moving. Alle, alle, alle. Leaving all your problems behind it. Alle, 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 alle. We're pressing on to our victory. Alle, 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 alle. Oh, oh, yeah.
Okay, that is correct. All right, let's go again. Finish the lyric. No, I really think that this wheel is biased.
When it's me, it is happening again. Well, I'm gonna take away all my pain.
Yes, yes, yes. That's correct. That's correct. All right, let's spin the wheel again. Hopefully we get something else besides finish the lyrics. Who knows? Let's see, what will you give us? What you know. So what do you know? We are going to do COTE edition. So who is the COTE Youth Coordinator? All right, correct. Let's spin the wheel again. Okay, what you know. All right. So this is COTE edition again. Name one of our judges. Sorry. Name one of our judges. I nearly gave away the answer there. Okay. Finish the lyrics. All right. Woo, I see everybody commenting, boy, yes, and skinniest from my home country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you know, gotta big us up. Yes, skinny, family, let's go. Who am I? All right, who am I? So who became Trinidad and Tobago's Commissioner of Police Service in 2018? All right, that is correct. Gary is correct. Okay, what you know? Let us see what you know. Okay, so which Caribbean island is known for its corals reef? Tobago is correct. Yes, let's spin the wheel. Okay, what you know? Excuse me, please. Okay, so what you know? Okay, we're going to do court edition. What are the names of our moderators? What are the names of our moderators? Okay, so we have two moderators. We needed two names. Okay, so we have Joel and we have Madeline. Joel and Madeline were our two moderators. All right, let's spin the wheel. Okay, what you know? What you know? All right. So, how many countries are there in the Caribbean? Let's go, make some wild guess. How many countries are there in the Caribbean? Woo, it's a lot of countries we have in the Caribbean, boy. Come on. And you see, this one is kind of tricky because some people might base it off of how many members are part of CARICOM. Some might look at it as how many is part of the Caribbean plate. So it's kind of tricky, but there's an answer there that I'm looking for and I am not seeing it. So let's see. 15 to 30. I like your range. Okay, let me shorten the range for you. It's between 20 and 30. So choose a number between 20 and 30. All right, 26. Whoever said 26, that's correct. All right, let's spin the wheel. I'm getting Caddy upset. Let's go. Finish the lyrics. Finish the lyrics.
And it's a protege, eh? Yeah. Chronics are where you say, eh? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
All right, I just go where the trade wind blows. All right. Yeah. Let's go. We get it going. Let's spin the wheel again. am I? All right. Let us see. Who am I? Okay. So, who was the founder and president of the Universal Negro Association? Who was the founder and president of the Universal Negro Association? Marcus. Which one the Marcus? You just can't tell me Marcus now. You gotta tell me which one the Marcus. Is it Marcus John? You gotta tell me. Marcus Garvey. Yes. Marcus Garvey. Let's spin the wheel. Who am I? Who am I? So, who is known as the father of the nation in Trinidad and Tobago? Who is known as the father of the nation in Trinidad and Tobago? Very good, very good. We have Eric Williams, Dr. Eric Williams. All right, moving on. Okay, what you know? Let's go. What do you know? So the fastest man in the world came from which Caribbean island? I mean, we all know who it is. So which Caribbean island did he come from? Jamaica. That's correct. That's correct. All righty. Moving along. Who am I? Who am I? Okay, so I'm gonna give you one from my home country. What's the name of the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Gonsalves what? Gonsalves Bury, Gonsalves Marcus, Gonsalves John, Gonsalves what? All right. Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, that's the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's correct. All right. Come on, let's spin the wheel. Finish the lyrics.
Buffalo soldier, dreadlock rasta. It was a buffalo soldier.
Real tune spinning out. We know it's Bob Marley. Come on, we gotta finish the lyrics. In the heart of America. Yeah. All right. Them tunes just gotta be in the mood and the rock and roll vibes. Let's go. Spin the wheel. Oh, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that was the last game. I hope you all had fun, and we will announce the winner soon. I'm going to pass back to Joelle. So see you soon. Thank you for playing.
Hi again, everybody. It's with a heavy heart. Once again, this was the last debate of the evening. But I do want to thank you all for being patient with me as I moderated through debate 4 and also debate 3 with University of the West Indies A versus UWI-Roytec. And to deliver a proper vote of thanks, I'd like to pass it off to Mr. Joel Jordan.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying with us for this entire journey. It was very exciting. I just want to do a quick vote of thanks. I want to thank our adjudicators, of course, who had to really be their heads to really think about who would be the next winners of the COTE debate competition and who would be at the finals. I really want to thank our moderators this afternoon. They did a fantastic job. Thanks to the secondary school teams who really prepared and came out and gave it their alls. They're all Queen's Royal College, Northgate College, Presentation College, SWAHA Hindu College. I would also like to thank our tertiary teams from the University of the Southern Caribbean, from UWI-Roytec, UWI Team A and Team B. Those debates were really nail-biting. And again, thanks to our game masters. And I would like to pass on to our chief adjudicator, Ms. Chantal LaRoche, to give her to give the results of the competition and to give the judges' remarks. Thanks.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone who's looking on, including the participants for today's debate. I must say I almost did not make it today, given all of the drama happening where I work. But I'm very glad that things worked out for me to be able to log in, because this was actually quite an excellent session. All of the debates were, all of the participants were quite well researched, some way more than others. Some of you can give some of these parliamentarians a run for their money in terms of your style of delivery, your research skills. And so I'd like to thank all of you for the time and effort you put into being prepared for this debate and your deliveries. And so my task was very difficult. Dr. Eaton and we had to chat quite a bit, as you all could tell, to deliberate on some of the results. So I'll start off with the very first debate, which was be it resolved that the indigenous technology is most important for the sustainable development of Caribbean SIDS. And we had Northgate College and Queen's Royal College, and I will say that that was one of the more keenly contested debates this afternoon. The all-female team, all young women team from Northgate College really started off this afternoon session extremely well, and we were particularly impressed. While you all were not the most loud, you certainly had an elegance and a nice calm style in terms of delivery, and you all were extremely well researched. The definitions were on point, the statistics, there was reference to several reports, and so we were both quite impressed with Northgate, both your delivery as well as your content. Queen's Royal College brought the drama, you know, the participants, Mr. Sinnett and Mr. Butcher in particular, very animated and passionate delivery styles, and rebuttals were actually quite sound because, of course, you all attacked the Northgate culture arguments. So I heard a lot of that. Why just culture? Why not talk about more? You all were steady in rebutting the argument, which of course is an important part of debate. It's not just coming to stick to what you've written on a script. Of course, you have to counter the arguments of your opposing side. However, as close as that debate was, the winning team that was selected by the judges is the Northgate College. You all were selected as the winning team for debate number 1.
Thank you so much. It was an honor to argue against Queen's Royal College.
Oh yes, it was, that was tight. The points were very, very close on that one, yeah? You all did well. Debate number 2, the motion was, be it resolved that the creative economy is a panacea for economic diversification of Caribbean. And we had SWAHA Hindu College and Presentation College Chaguanas. I will say Presentation College Chaguanas, I was blown away by your debating skills, and I think I speak for Dr. Eaton. I think you all were one of the best teams on display today. Very, very impressed in terms of being at the secondary school level and being so well researched. The first opposition speaker started with "wake up, wake up." I quite, you know, that style, something about that style I really, really liked, you know. You integrated some of the debate points that would have been provided for you, like the straw man debate, and I could hear you actually utilizing some of your learning in your debate and in responding to some of the arguments that were put forth at Mr. Ram Logan. Quite an exceptional style of debate, and your teammates were quite good as well. SWAHA Hindu College, I will say that I will caution you all in terms of reading. We could tell that a couple of you were reading from a script rather than debating. And so you would have lost a couple of points for that. And be mindful of the pronunciation of certain words. Someone said flim. So just be mindful when you are preparing for a debate that, you know, you have to be careful how you articulate and pronounce certain terms and words. And with Zoom, the thing is, when you have a reflection on your glasses, we can actually see, or we can look at your eyes and see that you're reading along to something. So just be mindful to try to not just read, but to integrate reading with speaking while you are making your delivery. But the winner for debate number 2, Presentation College Chaguanas, exceptional. You all are, I would say, even at tertiary level already. Very, very, very well done to Presentation College Chaguanas. All 3 of you were exceptional. Debate number 3, the motion was, be it resolved that the economic policy must come before social policy and the Caribbean development agenda. And we had the University of the West Indies Team A and UWI-Roytec. UWI-Roytec, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention Nicole Romani. You belong on the television or the radio. Your delivery style is exceptional. But in terms of debate on this motion, I think Dr. Eaton and I agreed that all of the participants on this debate didn't give us as much content as we got from the first 2 debates in terms of research, in terms of some of the information. So the first proposition speaker did give us quite a bit of definitions, research, and what we would have been listening for. But in general, for that debate, we would say we were looking for more, because you transitioning from the secondary debate into the tertiary debate, and we felt your teams, both of you, needed a bit more in terms of your content. While there were some moments in the debate where we got good information. That was a nice culture break there. Just generally speaking, you know, Mr. Mohammed, you know, you have a very vibrant style of delivery, but we were listening in to hear a little more content and a little more rebuttal from you. This one was a close one, but in the end, we gave the edge to the University of the West Indies, Team A. And finally, debate number 4, the motion was, be it resolved that resources are efficiently allocated towards treatment of mental health issues in Caribbean SIDS. And I must say that first proposition speaker, you woke us up, yeah, on fire, according to my co-judge. That first proposition speaker was on fire, y'all. But all of you really did quite a good job on this motion. I want to commend the team from the University of the Southern Caribbean, because based on how you were seated, we could tell that you weren't reading. And so I thought it was, you all should be commended, because I could just see that you just have your notes. Something or someone is distracting you in your room, but in general, you all did an exceptional job in terms of actually debating rather than just reading content from a script. Yeah, really good job. And the fact that you're at a table and there's no screen in front of you, and you did take the time to hone that debating style rather than just reading along to whatever content you would have researched. All of you used statistics very well, used your reports very well, compared what happens locally to the United Kingdom, the United States, rebutted that, why are we talking about them, what about us? Quite a lively and well contested and keenly contested debate. This one was very close as well, but we did give the edge in the end to the University of the West Indies, Team B. So again, I want to commend all of you. Debating is not an easy thing, talking off the top of your head, trying to remember points, referring to notes, and responding to things said on the floor of a debate. It's not the easiest skill to hone. And I hope to see more of all of you debating over the next few years. I know some of you may go, I heard that some of the young men from QRC have interest in law and politics. So I expect to hear about those persons in the near or not so near future, yeah? But thank you for having Dr. Eaton and I today. We did lose one judge due to technical difficulties, but it was indeed our pleasure. We did enjoy discussing the debate content and the efforts that all of you made. So, and congratulations to the teams that have won today, and the teams that did not win doesn't mean that you're not good, just means that you go and you come again and you do better the next time and take some of the constructive criticism and improve on your style. It's never just, well, I lost, and take what we've told some of you and use that to hone and improve for the next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chantal, for that breakdown of the events and of giving that type of constructive criticism, so the teams could come back again and come back stronger, and we hope to see them next year. I just would like to say thanks again to our viewing audience who stuck with us. I was remiss just now. I have to really thank our accurate timekeeper, Mr. Eslon Dumont. And just to really encourage you guys to come out to our final debate, which is on November the 11th, from 1 to 4. And we will be debating for the secondary schools, who made it to the finals. That will be Northgate and Presentation College. The motion will be it resolved that high stakes examinations hinders students' creativity and innovation. And to our university teams, that's UWI Team A and B, they will be debating the motion, be it resolved that mandatory vaccination against COVID-19 virus is necessary for accelerating recovery of Caribbean SIDS. Thank you so very much again, and do enjoy your evening and stay safe.